Chapter 12. The Future Task. In this study, we have made no attempt to cover up the blunders of the past which free men have made in dealing with communism. In fact, all of these mistakes may be counted a benefit if we have learned a lesson from each of them. Nevertheless, we certainly would be guilty of the decadent stupidity which the communists attribute to us if we allowed ourselves to repeat these mistakes in the future. In this chapter, we shall deal with the task at hand. To appreciate the problem, we shall first discuss the progress which the communists have made under their timetable of conquest. Then we shall deal with the current line of communist strategy. Finally, we shall describe some of the most important things which must be done to win. The communist timetable of conquest. To head off an enemy, it is first necessary to know where the enemy wants to go. The communists have made no secret about this. Their plan, first of all, is to take Asia, then Africa, next Europe, and finally America. Although this plan of conquest has been in communist literature for several decades, it was vigorously restated in 1953 when Red leaders decided to set up a timetable of conquest for the entire world, and then take it continent by continent. Total conquest is to be completed by around 1973. Fortunately, American military intelligence captured this timetable at the close of the Korean War, and Senator William Noland placed it in the Congressional Record under date of April 29, 1954, page 5708. Although the timetable is too lengthy to quote in its entirety, selected statements are being presented with comments so the student may know what progress the communists have made in their plans to take over the world. We have to, until we are certain of victory, take a course which will not lead to war. Official communist strategy is to press for advantages on all fronts, but to back down in the face of major military resistance. This will continue to be their policy unless they could be certain of sudden victory by a sneak attack which would wipe out all U.S. capacity to retaliate. U.S. success during 1960 in launching a Polaris missile from a submerged submarine made Soviet sneak attack plans obsolete. A Red attack would bring devastating retaliation from these constantly moving missile bases which now will be roaming the seas. For the present, Red policy will therefore have to be a course which will not lead to war. Britain must be placated by being convinced that the communists and the capitalist countries can live in peace. Peaceful coexistence was not only sold to the people of Britain, but to Americans as well. Coexistence means to accept communism as a permanent fixture in the earth, to write off as past history the conquest of the satellite nations, to placate communist demands so as to avoid crises and international tensions. Opportunities for trade will have a great influence on the British mind. This worked even better than the Red leaders planned. Today, not only Britain but the U.S. and 37 other members of the Western Bloc have succumbed to the lure of trade with the Sino-Soviet bloc. In the case of France, she must be made to feel a greater security in cooperating with us. After World War II, Red forces in France made the Communist Party the largest in the country. Before de Gaulle's seizure of power in 1958, Red influence had helped to carry France to the brink of bankruptcy, anarchy, and civil war. Japan must be convinced that rearmament endangers national security and that the American forces distributed all over the world cannot spare sufficient strength for the defense of Japan. This was the kind of communist agitation which produced the 1960 Japanese riots and prevented President Eisenhower from visiting Japan. Japan's, desire for trade will offer great possibilities for steering Japan away from the United States. By 1960, Japan had regained her position as fifth in world trade. The U.S. steered Japan away from the Sino-Soviet bloc by buying 23% of her exports and providing 34.8% of her imports. By 1960, China's military, economic, and industrial power will be so developed that with a mere show of force by the Soviet Union and China, the ruling clique of Japan will capitulate. This did not occur. Japan, with U.S. help, became strong while China floundered under communist discipline and headed for widespread famine and economic collapse. The United States must be isolated by all possible means. This communist project was making alarming progress by 1960. Anti-U.S. propaganda all over the world had created the image of the ugly American, and this in spite of $50 billion in foreign aid. Red expansion in Asia, Africa, Cuba, Central America, and South America has begun to awaken Americans to the real threat of possible isolation. Whether we can prevent the United States from starting the war to defend her rights and liberties, depends upon how much success we have in isolating her and how effective is our peace offensive. This clearly reflects the perfidy of Red propaganda to use peace as a means of paralyzing U.S. resistance as the communists gradually take over. Here we see the Red definition of peaceful coexistence. It means peaceful surrender. In the case of India, only peaceful means should be adopted. Any employment of force will alienate ourselves from the Arabic countries and Africa because India is considered to be our friend. This plan to betray India through peaceful conquest is definitely on the march. Nehru claims neutrality, but is a trained Marxist socialist who has consistently lined up with the Red leaders on most major issues. In the hour of his downfall, he will no doubt ask the Western nations to save him. After India has been won over, the problems of the Philippines and Arabic countries can be easily solved by economic cooperation and coalitions. This task may be completed by 1965. Already the forces of Red subversion are clearly apparent in both the Philippines and in Nasser's Pan-Arabic Republic. Then a wave of revolution will sweep the whole continent of Africa, and the imperialists and the colonizationists will be quickly driven into the sea. Even by 1960, the communists had built the fires of revolutionary violence all over Africa. The colonial powers were trying to get the natives to follow a policy of peaceful transition to independence, but many of them were following the Red formula, from colonialism to chaos to communism. With Asia and Africa disconnected with the capitalist countries in Europe, there will be a total economic collapse in Western Europe. Their capitulation will be a matter of course. In 1960, when the Belgians relinquished the Congo, it created havoc in the Belgian economy. Each of the colonial powers is being affected as the trade relations with Africa are being disrupted. Eventually, the Reds hope to get an African-Asian stranglehold on the economy of Europe. Every year, this noose is drawing tighter. As for the United States, crushing economic collapse, industrial breakdown will follow the European crisis. The plunging of the U.S. into a paralyzing depression is part of the last-stage Soviet plan of conquest for America. Canada and South America will find themselves in the same hopeless and defenseless condition. It is true that if the U.S. were totally isolated, intimidated, and subverted, the whole Western Hemisphere would fall. 20 years from now, which would be 1973, world revolution will be an accomplished fact. Some phases of this plan of conquest have been frustrated, but other phases are far ahead of expectations. Considered overall, the communist timetable of conquest is alarmingly close to being right on schedule. Experts on communist strategy point out that this entire plan of conquest would collapse if the West awakened and took the initiative to start pushing communism back on all fronts. They say the tragic blunder of the West has been its continuous willingness to coexist, to accept communism as a permanent fixture in the earth, to assume that communist conquests were unalterable, to ignore the fact that the Red leaders have admitted in the timetable that they have more reason to be frightened of military action than the West, and to allow free nations to be intimidated and bluffed into appeasing a weak enemy. How is this achieved? Importance of the psychological war. The biggest mistake of the West has been allowing itself to drift into a state of mental stagnation, apathy, and inaction. In some circles, motivations of patriotism, loyalty, and the traditional dream of freedom for all men have been lying dormant or have been paralyzed by a new kind of strange thinking. Authorities say there is an urgent need for a revolutionary change in our state of mind. What is wrong with our state of mind? First and foremost, we have been thinking the way the communists want us to think. Our founding fathers would be alarmed to learn how confused many of our people have become over such fundamental problems as coexistence, disarmament, free trade, the United Nations, recognition Red China, and a host of related problems. Instead of maintaining a state of intellectual vigilance, we have taken communist slogans as the major premises for too many of our conclusions. Let us go down a list of current strategy goals which the communists and their fellow travelers are seeking to achieve. These are all part of the campaign to soften America for the final takeover. It should be kept in mind that many loyal Americans are working for these same objectives because they are not aware that these objectives are designed to destroy us. Current communist goals. 1. U.S. acceptance of coexistence as the only alternative to atomic war. 2. U.S. willingness to capitulate in preference to engaging in atomic war. 3. Develop the illusion that total disarmament by the United States would be a demonstration of moral strength. 4. Permit free trade between all nations regardless of communist affiliation and regardless of whether or not items could be used for war. 5. Extension of long-term loans to Russia and Soviet satellites. 6. Provide American aid to all nations regardless of communist domination. 7. Grant recognition of Red China. Admission of Red China to the UN. 8. Set up East and West Germany as separate states in spite of Khrushchev's promise in 1955 to settle the Germany question by free elections under supervision of the UN. 9. Prolong the conferences to ban atomic tests because the U.S. has agreed to suspend tests as long as negotiations are in progress. 10. Allow all Soviet satellites individual representation in the UN. 11. Promote the UN as the only hope for mankind. If its charter is rewritten, demand that it be set up as one world government with its own independent armed forces. Some communist leaders believe the world can be taken over as easily by the UN as by Moscow. Sometimes these two centers compete with each other as they are now doing in the Congo. 12. Resist any attempt to outlaw the Communist Party. 13. Do away with all loyalty oaths. 14. Continue giving Russia access to the U.S. Patent Office. 15. Capture one or both of the political parties in the United States. 16. Use technical decisions of the courts to weaken basic American institutions by claiming their activities violate civil rights. 17. Get control of the schools. Use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda. Soften the curriculum. Get control of teachers' associations. Put the party line in textbooks. 18. Gain control of all student newspapers. 19. Use student riots to foment public protests against programs or organizations which are under communist attack. 20. Infiltrate the press. Get control of book review assignments, editorial writing, and policy-making positions. 21. Gain control of key positions in radio, TV, and motion pictures. 22. Continue discrediting American culture by degrading all forms of artistic expression. An American communist cell was told to eliminate all good sculpture from parks and buildings, substitute shapeless, awkward, and meaningless forms. 23. Control art critics and directors of art museums. Our plan is to promote ugliness, repulsive, meaningless art. 24. Eliminate all laws governing obscenity by calling them censorship and a violation of free speech and free press. 25. Break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio, and TV. 26. Present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. 27. Infiltrate the churches and replace revealed religion with social religion. Discredit the Bible and emphasize the need for intellectual maturity, which does not need a religious crutch. 28. Eliminate prayer or any phase of religious expression in the schools on the ground that it violates the principle of separation of church and state. 29. Discredit the American Constitution by calling it inadequate, old-fashioned, out of step with modern needs, a hindrance to cooperation between nations on a worldwide basis. 30. Discredit the American Founding Fathers. Present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. 31. Belittle all forms of American culture and discourage the teaching of American history on the ground that it was only a minor part of the big picture. Give more emphasis to Russian history since the communists took over. 32. Support any socialist movement to give centralized control over any part of the culture, education, social agencies, welfare programs, mental health clinics, etc. 33. Eliminate all laws or procedures which interfere with the operation of the communist apparatus. 34. Eliminate the House Committee on Un-American Activities. 35. Discredit and eventually dismantle the FBI. 36. Infiltrate and gain control of more unions. 37. Infiltrate and gain control of big business. 38. Transfer some of the powers of arrest from the police to social agencies. Treat all behavioral problems as psychiatric disorders which no one but psychiatrists can understand or treat. 39. dominate the psychiatric profession, and use mental health laws as a means of gaining coercive control over those who oppose communist goals. 40. Discredit the family as an institution. Encourage promiscuity and easy divorce. 41. Emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative influence of parents. Attribute prejudices, mental blocks, and retarding of children to suppressive influence of parents. 42. Create the impression that violence and insurrection are legitimate aspects of the American tradition, that students and special interest groups should rise up and use united force to solve economic, political, or social problems. 43. Overthrow all colonial governments before native populations are ready for self-government. 44. Internationalize the Panama Canal. 45. Repeal the Connolly Reservation so the U.S. cannot prevent the World Court from seizing jurisdiction over domestic problems. Give the World Court jurisdiction over nations and individuals alike. If the student will read the reports of congressional hearings together with available books by ex-communists, he will find all of these communist objectives described in detail. Furthermore, he will come to understand how many well-meaning citizens have become involved in pushing forward the communist program without realizing it. They became converted to communist objectives because they accepted superficial communist slogans. Soon they were thinking precisely the way the communists wanted them to think. Let us examine some of these problems at closer range. What about disarmament? The communists have created the illusion in free men's minds that the way to peace is through disarmament. We must not forget that this originated as a communist slogan. Now free men have adopted it as their own and are even setting up special commissions to explore ways and means to carry it out. In this action, we are deliberately closing our eyes to everything we promised ourselves at the close of World War II and again at the end of the Korean War. Experts tell us that to disarm in the face of an obvious and present danger is an immoral act. It is an act of self-destruction. Here are just a few fundamental facts on disarmament, which the experts who know communism are pleading with us to consider. Disarmament means to depend upon agreements instead of strength. Agreements are absolutely useless unless they can be enforced. The fallacy of a disarmament agreement with Russia, a nation which has violated 51 out of 53 agreements already, is this. If Russia chose to secretly rearm, we would have lost our capacity to enforce the agreement. Such an agreement gives a dishonest party a devastating advantage because of his capacity to arm secretly. In a vacuum of disarmament, a government with criminal intentions requires very few secret arms to overcome all opposition. This is what Hitler and Mussolini taught us. On February 3, 1961, Dr. Arnold Wolfers told the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, "A few easily concealed or clandestinely manufactured weapons would, in a totally disarmed world, give one nation decisive military power over others." A totally disarmed world is also one in which communist characteristics of secrecy and of a society organized along military lines would give them maximum advantage. But in all this talk about disarmament, the thing to remember is that Khrushchev would not dare disarm. His armed forces of 6 million, including 2 million secret police, are not to fight the West but to maintain domestic tranquility behind the Iron Curtain. They are to suppress uprisings which have occurred in the satellites and in Russia. Furthermore, Khrushchev is continually haunted by the specter of the Red Chinese, who would like nothing better than to see the Russians disarm. So we repeat, Khrushchev would not dare disarm. Finally, in answer to those who claim that an arms race will lead to war, let us point out the rather obvious fact that an arms race is not an underlying cause of war, but a symptom of political conflict. To disarm in the face of political conflict invites war. The United States was well on the way to disarming and demobilizing when the Korean War jolted us into the realization that vicious forces of conquest were still stalking up and down the earth. Because that predatory force has not relented, we have had to stay armed. In view of all these facts, it should be clear to anyone that the cry for disarmament is not the message of peace and freedom. It is the message of the enemy. What about peaceful coexistence? The communists have created another illusion with reference to peaceful coexistence. This is the idea that the West must be willing to coexist with communism, since the only alternative would be annihilation through atomic war. The real alternative to coexistence is coexistence. Experts in the field have been saying for years that communism does not have to be tolerated. It has no moral, economic, or political excuse for existing. Furthermore, it is extremely vulnerable to many types of peaceful pressures which free men have not yet used. We will discuss these in a later section. At this point, it is important simply to emphasize that communism can be beaten, and it can be done without atomic war. Therefore, the whole basis for arguing coexistence collapses. Coexistence is a contradiction of terms because it means trying to coexist with world conquest, which is impossible. One must resist or be conquered. It also means accepting the status quo of one-third of the human race in bondage as a permanent working arrangement. It means accepting communism in spite of its deceit, subversion, and broken covenants. It means tolerating communism without resistance. The United States Congress was right when it proclaimed in its Captive Nations Resolution of July 1959, the enslavement of a substantial part of the world's population by communist imperialism makes a mockery of the idea of peaceful coexistence. 1. And the president sounded a note of awakening resistance when he said, "It is appropriate and proper to manifest to the peoples of the captive nations the support of the government and the people of the United States of America for their just aspirations for freedom and national independence." 2. What about the United Nations? All over the world, people demand that some type of international arena be created where disputes between nations can be arbitrated or settled without resorting to war. 2 attempts have been made to create such an arena, the League of Nations and the United Nations. Both ran into difficulty, and for the same reason. Both organizations started out as exclusive federations of peace-loving nations and then turned right around and tried to convert themselves into world parliaments where all nations could be represented, including warlike or predatory nations. In both cases, the predatory nations successfully seized power and almost completely nullified all the high-sounding phrases contained in their original statements of purpose. As far as the United Nations is concerned, this weakness was emphasized by John Foster Dulles when he addressed the American Bar Association. He said the failures of the UN are due primarily to the fact that its effective functioning depends upon cooperation with a nation which is dominated by an international party seeking world domination. 3. Henry Cabot Lodge pointed out the same thing. In 1945 and 1946, the United States assumed that Russia was a peace-loving nation, and the whole United Nations was based on the assumption that the alliance between the United States and the Soviet Union would continue, which, of course, was a very false, tragically false, assumption. 4. There are numerous provisions in the UN Charter which permit predatory powers such as the USSR or her satellites to bring the orderly processes of the UN to a dead halt. In the UN's 15 years of existence, the USSR has used this organization for subversion behind the scenes and legal sabotage in her open councils. This has not only frustrated the peace-preserving powers of the UN, but has almost completely paralyzed individual action by the other members because they have committed themselves to rely on the UN to settle disputes. When one reflects upon the Soviet veto of the UN attempt to censure Russia, following her invasion of Hungary and her veto of the UN attempt to have an investigation of the killing of 4 Americans on the RB-47 in 1960, it emphasizes the long list of atrocities which Soviet leaders have committed without punishment or censure, even though every one of them violated Article 2 of the UN Charter. Consider these provisions. 1. The organization is based on the principle of the sovereign equality of all members. 2. All members shall fulfill in good faith the obligations assumed by them in accordance with the present Charter. 3. All members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means. 4. All members shall refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. 5. All members shall refrain from giving assistance to any state against which the United Nations is taking preventive or enforcement action. In Hungary, China, Southeast Asia, Cuba, Africa, Central and South America, Korea, one might say in every sector of the world, the USSR has violated these principles continually. As a result of this vast contradiction between promise and performance, the whole UN complex is gradually reaching an impasse or stalemate. What then can be done with red aggression, with its worldwide program of insurrection, riots, civil war, and conquest? And what should be done with the UN? Because the United States is the most wealthy and powerful nation in the world, she is expected to provide an answer. And because practically every other imaginable suggestion has been presented, It is time to come up with the simple, direct answer which we should have adopted long ago. Turn back to the original intent of the Charter. Restrict UN membership to peace-loving nations. This is precisely what Article 4 provides, and it has been the violation of this article which has produced most of the trouble. Because we have waited so long to eliminate the warlike nations, this change will involve some difficulties. But this would be nothing compared to the difficulties which lie ahead if free men pursue their present course. Due to the veto technicalities and numerous violations of American constitutional law in the existing charter, it would be necessary to reconstruct the entire framework of the UN. Nevertheless, it could be done. No doubt some would object to the elimination of Russia and her satellites from the UN on the ground that it would prevent the UN from serving as a world parliament. The answer to that objection is the proven fact that the UN can never serve peace-loving peoples as long as the UN tries to accommodate its forum to the harassment and bedevilment of nations who make no pretense at fulfilling their obligations either under the Charter or under international law. What if the founding fathers of the United States had tried to include King George in the Constitutional Convention? The results would have been as frustrating and aggravating as they have turned out to be with a predatory nation and her satellites sitting in the UN Assembly of Peace-Loving Nations. The Founding Fathers would no doubt look at our present UN operation and say, "It is illogical. It is illegal. It is impossible." 15 years of UN history painfully prove it. But would not such action drive Russia and her satellites into a second association of red nations and create a contest of power blocks? This already exists. The only difference would be that the Red Bloc would not be in the UN to sabotage the united desires of the peace-loving nations as it does today. Would not such action provoke war? Not as long as the West remains strong. It would not weaken the West's military position at all. If anything, such action would strengthen it. It would also create the necessary federation of strength to start putting economic and political pressures on communism and thereby allow her enslaved peoples to strike from within and eventually destroy this specter of human tyranny. This new arrangement would give us the ideal vehicle to begin implementing all the fine promises we made in the Captive Nations Proclamation on July 1959. Is there no other way? Apparently not. All other approaches turn out to be diversionary. They merely postpone the day of honest decision. If free men united to bring about this needed change, the new Federation of Peace-Loving Nations could perform a political miracle, one which would give new assurance for both peace and prosperity. We have a task to perform, and time is running out. Is the communist movement a legitimate political party? This question grows out of another illusion which the communists created in our minds. They induced us to accept the idea that communism is a legitimate expression of political action. The truth is that communism is a criminal conspiracy. It is a mistake to treat it as a political party. Political groups solve their problems by entering into negotiations, attending conferences, and working out their differences with bona fide compromises which all parties are expected to perform. This has never worked with the communists because they use deceit, disregard of laws, violation of treaties, intimidation, subversion, and open insurrection as basic tools of conquest. This makes it a criminal conspiracy. Once we realize that communism is a criminal operation, many new avenues of action open before us. For example, a criminal problem is not handled by negotiation and compromise, but by following 4 steps. 1. Immobilize the criminal. 2. Render him harmless. 3. Gain his confidence. 4. Rehabilitate him. It may be recalled that these are the 4 steps which were used in dealing with both Germany and Japan when their leaders pursued the criminal course of action which precipitated World War II. The Western Allies followed these steps, and Germany and Japan were not only immobilized and rendered harmless, but they were successfully rehabilitated. After the war, West Germany and Japan became 2 of America's closest supporters. Does this mean a preventive war should be waged against the criminal communists? Not at all. It means that while there is still time and before a major shooting war is necessary, free men should utilize available peaceful pressures to immobilize the Soviet Empire and work for the day when her own people can overthrow the tyrannical rule of red leaders from within. What peaceful pressures are available? We have already mentioned the importance of taking away the illegal membership which the USSR and her satellites hold in the UN. Another highly potent weapon is available which would cut off communist and espionage machinery. This is the peaceful weapon of severing diplomatic relations. It is the action Thomas Jefferson recommended for nations which treat us atrociously. He said, "I am anxious that we should give the world still another lesson by showing to them other modes of punishing injuries than by war. I love, therefore, the proposition of cutting off all communications with the nation which has conducted itself so atrociously." 5. Recently, Senator Barry Goldwater and other students of the problem have advocated this very type of action against the Soviet Empire. There are plenty of reasons to justify it. Russia is guilty of continuous violations of treaties and covenants, repeated violations of international law, vicious subversion and interference in the domestic affairs of other nations, open warfare against peace-loving peoples, provocative acts with the leveling of insults and false charges against the United States, illegal killing of American servicemen, illegal shooting down of American planes, illegal imprisonment of American citizens. The lack of political courage to sever diplomatic relations with Russia is often covered up with the plea that we might lose some important advantages by isolating Russia in this manner. What advantages? Senator Goldwater has pointed out that there are none. Since the United States recognized the USSR in 1933, not one single advantage has accrued to the United States which could not have been achieved equally well, and often far more easily, without recognition. Recognition turned out to be a tool of conquest for the communists. In addition to isolating communism internationally, it also needs to be outlawed domestically. This is so important that Lenin said the communists must do everything possible to avoid it. Whittaker Chambers summarized this point when he said, "Lenin had tirelessly taught that when a whole communist party is outlawed, it is almost wholly paralyzed because it can no longer send into the surrounding community the filaments whereby it spreads its toxins and from which it draws its strength of life." 6. But would not a statute outlawing the Communist Party threaten legitimate political parties? Not if the statute were aimed at any organization advocating the overthrow of the government by force and violence. Criminal law strikes at illegal acts or any conspiracy to commit illegal acts. A conspiracy to overthrow the government by force and violence is therefore criminal in nature. Any organization which promotes such illegal activities should be outlawed. As a number of authorities have already pointed out, it is foolish to treat the communists as a legitimate political party as it would be to give bank robbers business licenses. Is the Soviet Empire vulnerable to economic pressure? Probably the greatest single weakness of the Sino-Soviet bloc is her shaky economy. Here is a soft spot where peaceful pressures could be devastating. No amount of Soviet propaganda can cover up the obvious collapse of the Chinese communes and the sluggish inefficiency of the Soviet collectivized farms. Every single Soviet satellite is languishing in a depression. Even Pravda has openly criticized the lack of bare essentials and the shoddy quality of Russian-made goods. These factors of austerity and deprivation add to the hatred and misery of the people which constantly feed the flames of potential revolt. Terrorist tactics have been used by the Red leaders to suppress uprisings. In spite of the virtual state of siege, which exists throughout the Soviet Empire, there are many outbreaks of violent protest. All of this explains why the Soviet leaders are constantly pleading for free trade, long-term loans, increased availability of material goods from the West. Economically, communism is collapsing, but the West has not had the good sense to exploit it. Instead, the United States, Great Britain, and 37 other Western powers are shipping vast quantities of goods to the Sino-Soviet bloc. Some business leaders have had the temerity to suggest that trade with the Reds helps the cause of peace. They suggest that you never fight the people you trade with. Apparently, they cannot even remember as far back as the late 30s when this exact type of thinking resulted in the sale of scrap iron and oil to the Japanese just before World War II. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, it became tragically clear that while trade with friends may promote peace, trade with a threatening enemy is an act of self-destruction. Have we forgotten that fatal lesson so soon? Could peaceful pressures cause the communist empire to explode internally? The communist leaders have always been extremely sensitive to their own internal weaknesses. They frequently resort to capital punishment to suppress the bitter criticism of their own enslaved people. They use propaganda to boast of pretended success in the very areas where they suffer the greatest failures. A close scrutiny of recent history will demonstrate that time and again free men could have tied the communist conspiracy in knots if only they had been watching for opportunities to exploit fuming internal pressures which were ready to explode. Many of these pressures are building today. Each one of them represents a golden opportunity for direct action by the Free West. But free men must first make up their minds whether they really want freedom for the Iron Curtain captives. Is it worth giving up a little trade? Is it worth the temporary political heat of a showdown in the UN? Is it worth the momentary clamor which red agents would foment if we withdrew diplomatic recognition? It is extremely confusing to freedom fighters, especially in the satellites, when they watch the failing communist economy being bolstered and fed by 39 Western nations. In the UN, the distortion of justice and common sense bewilders them. In diplomatic circles, the constant capitulation and compromise outrages them. A refugee from a Russian slave labor camp wrote to me, "There must be a noose of ignorance around the necks of the West. Don't they know we would eventually overthrow the communist leaders if the West would just stop feeding, fondling, and coddling them?" In the minds of these people, it borders on criminal neglect when we withhold the impact of powerful peaceful pressures which are available to us. During World War II, we promised freedom to all of these satellite peoples. And we should never let the communists forget that Stalin promised them freedom. In his Order of the Day, number 130, dated May 1st, 1942, Joseph Stalin declared, "It is not our aim to seize foreign lands or to subjugate foreign people. We have not and cannot have such war aims as the imposition of our will and regime on the Slavs and other enslaved peoples of Europe who are waiting our aid. Our aim consists in assisting these people in their struggle for liberation from Hitler's tyranny and then setting them free to rule in their own lands as they desire." 7. Neither should the West allow Nikita Khrushchev to forget what he has said. The Soviet Union deeply sympathizes with all the nations striving to win and uphold their independence. And these nations can rest assured that the Soviet Union, without any meddling in their internal affairs, without stipulating any conditions, will help them to strengthen their independence for which they fought so hard. 8. The unbelievable bald-faced deception of such statements should motivate free nations in their firm resolve to strike back at communism on every front. Too often the Western apologists for coexistence and peace at any price are panicked when it is suggested that economic and political pressures be applied in order to squeeze the Soviet Empire into an internal explosion. They wail that such action will disturb the peace behind the Iron Curtain, and indeed it would. In fact, it should be a standard object of strategy to disturb the peace of the Red leaders. This was precisely what President Woodrow Wilson was talking about when he said, "I will not take any part in composing difficulties that ought not to be composed, and a difficulty between an enslaved people and its autocratic rulers ought not to be composed. We in America have stood from the day of our birth for the emancipation of people throughout the world who are living unwillingly under governments which were not of their choice. So long as wrongs like that exist in the world, you cannot bring permanent peace to the world. I go further than that. So long as wrongs of that sort exist, you ought not to bring permanent peace to the world, because those wrongs ought to be righted, and enslaved peoples ought to be free to right them." 9. Just the moment the Western powers develop the courage to clamp a total trade embargo on the communist empire and then combine it with a policy of "go home and take your spies with you," the hearts of Iron Curtain freedom fighters can once more surge with hope. Not until then will America's eloquent captive nations proclamation mean anything. What can the ordinary individual do? The war between freedom and slavery is not just a fight to be waged by congressmen, the president, soldiers, and diplomats. Fighting communism, socialism, and the subversion of constitutional government is everybody's job. And working for the expansion of freedom is everybody's job. It is a basic American principle that each individual knows better than anyone else what he can do to help once he has become informed. No citizen will have to go far from his own home to find a faltering battle line which needs his aid. Communist influences are gnawing away everywhere, and thousands of confused citizens often aid and abet them by operating in a vacuum of their own ignorance. The task is therefore to become informed and then move out for action. Just to stimulate a little positive thinking, here are a few elementary suggestions for different types of individuals. Suggestions for parents. 1. Stay close to your children to make sure they are being trained to think like Washington and Lincoln, not like Marx and Lenin. 2. In providing physical needs for your family, don't forget their spiritual needs. We are in an ideological war. From a Marxist viewpoint, an atheistic mind is already 3/4 conquered. 3. Take your children to church, don't send them. Be sure they are getting true religious values, not modernistic debunking. 4. Help your children grow up. Don't fall for the current socialist communist line that parents are a detriment to their children. They are only a detriment when they don't do their job. 5. Children require a formula of 90% love and discipline. 6. Do not fall for the permissive school of psychology which says discipline will harm human development. Such thinking produces hoodlums with maladjusted personalities who are likely to fall for every ism that comes along. A child needs to know that he lives in an orderly world. Discipline is part of it. Not extreme harshness, but a reasonable and consistent enforcement of the rules. 7. Because youth problems happen to be one of my own areas of professional study, I wrote a book designed to answer the communist and socialist charge that modern parents cannot do a good job of raising children. 10. 8. Be active in PDA. If you are not, communists and centralized planners will take over. 9. Have a freedom library in your home. Include good biographies of the founding fathers. 10. Take a little time each day to keep up with political problems at home and abroad. 11. Subscribe to a good news magazine. 12. Where you have older children, make current events part of the dinner table talk. Be quick to point out left-wing slanting of news, TV, or radio broadcasts. There is far more of this slanting than most people realize. 13. Organize a family, a neighborhood, or church study group. Help your family realize that there is a great struggle going on in the world which they can help to win. 14. Let your children see that you are interested in civic affairs, that you participate in political affairs, that you are concerned with what is going on. They borrow many of their own attitudes from you. Suggestions for teachers. 1. The most important single force in winning against communism is in the field of education. Therefore, you are in the frontline trenches. 2. Be certain you have taken time to get a good background on communistic thought so you can detect it quickly wherever it appears. 3. Define for students the difference between the factors which made Americans the first free people in modern times and the principles which have destroyed freedom wherever the socialists and communists have taken over. 4. Help the students understand that free enterprise has produced and distributed more material wealth than any other system man has yet discovered. Point out that it also permits most of our citizens to make a living doing the things they enjoy. At least they can change jobs if they don't like what they are doing. It is also vital for students to appreciate that the remaining weaknesses in our system are important, but they are minute compared to the monumental problems of the bare subsistence economies under socialism and communism. 5. Beware of those who come pretending to help education when they are trying to seize control of education. Socialist and communist planners have ambitions to eliminate all local control, which means the teachers themselves would lose control. 6. Be alert to the fact that education was infiltrated by the socialist communist contingent over 35 years ago. Many of them were top echelon personalities who worked their way into leading educational organizations. Because they were hard workers, they gained sweeping control of some of our most respected institutions. 7. Read Education for One Socialist World, which is Chapter 8 in the UN Record, by Cheesley Manley, Henry Regnery Company, Chicago, 1955. On page 175, Mr. Manley lists a number of books which every teacher should read in order to be aware of the attack against American education during the past 4 decades. 8. In addition, you will find the following books helpful. Conquest of the American Mind, by Dr. Felix Whitmer, Metter Publishing Company, Boston. What's Happened to Our Schools, by Rosalie M. Gordon, a pamphlet published by America's Future Incorporated, New Rochelle, New York. The Turning of the Tides, by Paul W. Schaefer and John Howland Snow, Longhouse Publishers. Progressive Education is Reducation, by Jones and Olivier, Metter Publishing Company, Boston. Brainwashing in the High Schools, by Drive E. Merrill Root, Devin Adair, New York. Communist Socialist Propaganda in American Schools, by Vern P. Kobe, published by Lakeshore Press, Madison, Wisconsin. 9. If any of the educational organizations to which you belong are socialist-oriented, try to recapture them. Do not try to do it alone. Gather a group of alerted teachers around you and move forward as an organized group. 10. Encourage the teaching of communist problems in the school. Such a course can become an excellent vehicle to teach American students how to appreciate their own way of life. The name of the course is important. Communist problems is likely to be more acceptable than teaching communism. 11. Watch for slanted passages in textbooks. Socialist authors have invaded the textbook field. So have some with even more radical views. Brainwashing in the High Schools by E. Merrill Root is an analysis of 11 American history books which reflect the destructive left-wing line. 12. Don't be misled by the current atheistic drive to take God out of the classroom. Separation of church and state was to keep creeds out of the curriculum, but not God. It would be as unconstitutional to teach irreligion in the classroom as it would be to emphasize some particular religion. As teachers, we are not to teach a particular faith, but parents are within their rights when they insist that the classroom is not be used by those few teachers who seek to destroy faith. Teachers who believe that teaching atheism is a necessary part of a good education are not really qualified to teach in a Judeo-Christian culture. They are entitled to be atheists, but, as public employees, they are not entitled to teach it. If they do, they are violating an important constitutional principle. 13. Encourage patriotic speakers at school assemblies. Excellent films are also available. Many organizations now have well-informed speakers who can give impressive talks on subjects which arouse excellent student response. 14. When a Freedom Forum is held in your area, try to attend. Suggestions for students. 1. The mind of the student is considered a major battlefield by communist strategists. The communist conquest of a country is always preceded by the extensive activities of converted intellectuals. However, the most vigorous antagonists of communism are some of these same intellectuals who have been disillusioned and returned to the side of freedom. 2. You will never have more time to study communism than while you are in school. Try to get a genuine understanding of it. Learn its philosophy, its history, and its fallacies. 3. When you run across dedicated socialists, remember that the only difference between a socialist and a communist is in the method of takeover. The desire to seize monolithic control of society is the same in both. Sometimes people forget that USSR stands for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Some people count socialism good and communism bad. In reality, the two are twins. 4. Be quick to detect left-wing slanting in textbooks and lectures. 5. Become acquainted with the latest communist line. Work up answers to their charges and proposals. 6. Be sure to remain fair and forthright. Never stoop to communist tactics to win a point. 7. You can enjoy school far more when your education becomes purposeful. Get acquainted with the communist problems and it will suddenly make economics, history, philosophy, political science, sociology, and psychology come alive. These are all related to the war for survival in which we are now engaged. 8. Be conscious of the fact that people look at world events through one of two windows. Out of one window, the students, and sometimes the professor, see only blue skies. Out of the other window, the student can see storm clouds. This is the window to watch. This is where history is being made, and the person who doesn't keep his eye on this window is caught unawares when the storm breaks. On the day of the Pearl Harbor attack, most Americans had to move from window number 1 to window number 2 with great speed. They came close to being too late. Damage from the world's threatening political storms can be avoided only by anticipating them, by being vigilant and alert. 9. If you have difficulty in philosophy and your mind is plagued with doubts, read the experience of a student described in the last chapter of this book. 10. Resist the radical element on campus who advocates mass action and violent demonstrations. These are usually the tools of communist agitators. They get students to demonstrate, and this usually provokes a fight. When the police try to restore order, the communists slip away in an effort to let the students take the blame. When communist agitators got the students to wreck the congressional hearings at San Francisco during May of 1960, the judge decided to release them because he felt the students could already see how they had been duped into fronting for professional anti-Americans. 11. Organize a student group to study communism and Americanism. Challenge socialists and pro-communists on the campus. Publish a paper. Set up a speakers bureau. Write letters to your school paper. Get experience in making peaceful democratic processes work. 12. A rapidly growing student organization with a patriotic purpose is the Torchbearers. Suggestions on how to set up a school chapter may be obtained by writing to the Torchbearers, 5354 West 126th Street, Hawthorne, California. Suggestions for businessmen. 1. Remember that Jefferson, Washington, Franklin, Madison, Adams, and the rest of the Founding Fathers were not colonial aristocrats, as some textbooks proclaim, but were just successful businessmen. Because they were willing to sit down and think through the problems of their day, we inherited a free nation. 2. Take time from the pressures of business to stay informed. Subscribe to a good news magazine. 3. Become a member of an organization which will send you frequent intelligence reports on current problems. One of the most effective private agencies in this field is the American Security Council, 205 West Monroe Street, Chicago, Illinois. 4. Take an active part in the political party of your choice. Watch for the strong socialist influence which is trying to take over both parties. Do not hesitate to throw your financial strength and your time behind the fight for freedom. It cost Washington $65,000 to leave his business and serve in the Revolutionary Army. In current inflated money values, this would represent nearly $500,000. 5. If you belong to a service club, get it in the fight for freedom. Most civic clubs have a special committee to inspire patriotic interests. Invite speakers to keep the business community alert. 6. Sponsor essay and speech contests in the schools to promote American ideals and resistance to deceptive communist propaganda. 7. Openly resist the sale of goods to the Soviet Empire and call for a total embargo against the USSR and her satellites. 8. Work for a more equitable tax structure which is not arbitrary and confiscatory. Economic freedom is part of political freedom. 9. If your employees are in a union, seek the cooperation of union officials in conducting a study course on communism for your personnel. If no union is involved, ask your employees whether they would like such a course. The American Security Council can provide a complete program with speakers, films, tapes, and literature. Many other organizations are also available to help. 10. Get your local Chamber of Commerce behind regular freedom forums which will help keep the entire community alert. 11. Be careful not to contribute to an organization until you know it is a bona fide patriotic group. Unknowingly, some businessmen have been financing cited Communist Front organizations. If you are a member of the American Security Council, you can check on any organization or any individual through their files. 12. Constantly keep in mind that American business is a major target for communist propaganda. Be alert to any activities which could feed ammunition to the enemy. 13. Furnish views and suggestions to your state and federal legislators. A letter to a congressman has more impact than many people realize. Suggestions for legislators. 1. The war between freedom and slavery can be lost in the legislative halls of free men. The wave of socialism which is sweeping many free Western nations toward a kind of suppressive feudalism is gaining ground. In this battle, our legislators are on the first line of defense. 2. The entire fabric of American security has been badly weakened by technical decisions of the Supreme Court in recent years. The only remedy is legislative action to restore these security laws. 3. Federal legislators should continue to support the congressional committees which are under attack by the Communist Party and their fellow travelers. This attack is a top priority project of the Communist Party at the present time. 4. Restore to congressional committees the right to determine whether the questions asked of pro-communist witnesses are pertinent. 5. Restore to congressional committees the same freedom to investigate communists and pro-communists that these committees have always had when investigating business and labor problems. 6. Restore to the states the right to enforce their own anti-subversive laws. 7. Restore to the Smith Act the provision which makes it a crime to teach or advocate the violent overthrow of the government. 8. Restore to the Smith Act the meaning of organize, which includes organizational work done after 1945 so that communist agents cannot hide behind the statute of limitations. 9. Restore to the executive branch of the government the right to determine reasonable grounds and to dismiss security risks in both sensitive and non-sensitive positions of the government. 10. Restore to the states the right to exclude from public employment and education those who refuse to testify about their communist activities and associates. 11. Restore to the executive branch the right to question aliens awaiting deportation about subversive associates and contacts, and the right to deport aliens who are found to be communists after entering the United States. 12. Restore to the executive branch the right to deny passports to those who refuse to sign a non-communist affidavit. 13. Restore to the states the right to exclude from the practice of law those who have been members of the communist conspiracy or who refuse to testify about communist activities. 14. Be alert to any attempt by left-wing forces to dismantle or emasculate the FBI. 15. Put into force the excellent recommendations of the Commission on Government Security which were published in June 1957, but have never been acted upon. 16. Become familiar with the advantages of using powerful peaceful pressures against the USSR, especially in the economic and political fields. Suggestions for the press. 1. Keep in mind the constant effort of the communist apparatus to plant its agents in all mass communications media. 2. Familiarize yourself with the current communist line which appears earlier in this chapter. Watch for individuals who shift with that line, often contradicting themselves to accommodate the latest zig or zag of party strategy. 3. In fulfilling the task of exposing crime, corruption, and inefficiency in the American culture, be careful not to destroy confidence in American institutions. Because the negative forces in our society are more likely to be news than the positive accomplishments, it is easy to overemphasize the negative side and provide extremely damaging propaganda to the enemy. 4. Run features on current issues which reflect a solid American interpretation of the problem. The communist avalanche of literature is often compounded by a left-wing slant to the news on a syndicated wire which leaves the American point of view practically unexpressed. More and more newspaper editors are recognizing this problem and are doing something about it. 5. Use quotations from American patriots for box stories and fillers. 6. Develop a program of liaison with public officials so they will have an assurance of your ability to keep a confidence. It is desirable to have the press briefed on developments, even though they may be confidential. Most officials start out with a desire to cooperate closely with the press, but they become secretive when distortions and premature releases weaken or destroy their capacity to get their job done properly. 7. Some members of the press have the knack of detecting communist influences in public life and have made excellent contributions by pointing these out. Temporarily, this action may not be popular, but it gives a newsman stature as events sustain his analysis. We need more analysts who are informed and sensitive to the techniques of the communist apparatus. Suggestions for ministers. 1. The churches became a major target for communist socialist infiltration many years ago. These people were successful in capturing many key positions in a number of important religious organizations. Some religious leaders openly advocate and defend communist principles. They are apologists for the Soviet Union and even advocate capitulation under threat of atomic war. 2. Study Judaism, Christianity, and communism to a point where you can quickly detect the fallacies which some persons in high places disseminate from their pulpits. 3. Develop a Bible-reading congregation. 4. Make religion a practical, dynamic force in the lives of the people. 5. Resist the erosion of the modernists who seek to discredit the Bible and to define God as an imaginary non-reality. As we pointed out in the first chapter of this book, many of those who started out a century ago to attack the Bible and to destroy our religious culture were close associates of Karl Marx. 6. Be alert to detect those who use social Christianity to cover up the fact that they are not Christians at all. 7. Watch for those who would use the principles of peace, brotherhood, tolerance, and Christian charity to obscure the conspiratorial aspects of communist peace. The peace of communism partakes of the prison and the grave. Remind professional pacifists who have accepted the paralyzing peace propaganda of the communists that the same Jesus who taught, "Love thy enemy," never advocated surrendering to him. The same Jesus who said, "Turn the other cheek," to avoid quarreling and bickering in the ordinary course of life, also said to take a sword to preserve life. 11 The Jesus of Nazareth, who cleansed the temple, was demonstrating that right deserves to be defended. 8. If you come across those who labor under the misconception that communism and Christianity have a common denominator, ask them to read the appendix in this book entitled, "Did the Early Christians Practice Communism?" 9. Because of the counseling which ministers do, there are strenuous efforts to make inroads into the ministry. Be alert to the drive by certain analytical psychiatrists to have ministers accept their amoral philosophy. They opine those feelings of guilt and a sense of right and wrong cause mental illnesses. This entire concept is being discredited. There is far more mental health in the Judaic-Christian concept of resisting temptation and overcoming mistakes than ever emanated from the Freudian couch. I have prepared a rather comprehensive article on this subject entitled Law Enforcement Looks at Mental Health, which appears in the professional police magazine Law and Order, 4 March, 1961, and also in this infobase. 10. In counseling students who are having difficulty reconciling the many conflicting views which they hear in school, you might refer them to the last chapter in this book, which is designed to help the student recognize the ideological conflict now in progress. It is hoped that this material will help them find their way through the confusion of many voices so as to maintain both moral and intellectual integrity. 11. Be careful to read books before you recommend them. Recently, some church groups have been induced to recommend books which turned out to be filled with obscenity. This is an important part of the socialist-communist campaign to discredit religious culture. What technique could better serve their purpose than to have the churches themselves sponsor degenerate literature? 12. Set up study groups on both youth and adult levels to study communism. Have qualified and well-informed persons serve as discussion leaders. The West can win. With every citizen watching for an opportunity to strike a blow for freedom, the force of communism can be halted, smothered, and then eliminated. This is our task. Without our tolerance and help, the communist empire would never have become the second strongest power in the earth. Now we have the job of dismantling it. Nikita Khrushchev knows the pressures we could bring pouring down upon him if our people ever make up their minds to move. Any who may lack the courage for positive action might well recall the threat of Manuelski, which we have already quoted. He described communist strategy for the period we are now passing through. We shall begin by launching the most spectacular peace movement on record. The capitalist countries, stupid and decadent, will rejoice to cooperate in their own destruction. They will leap at another chance to be friends. As soon as their guard is down, we shall smash them with our clenched fist. 12. Today, communism is advancing on all fronts. Authorities say that if we let her feed on the West just a few more years, it may be too late. How much better to send forth the message. There is a way to stop communism and do it without a major war. If free men are willing to study the problem and move across the world in one vast united front, it is entirely possible for the human race to celebrate the close of the 20th century with this monumental achievement. Freedom in our time for all men. 1. The full text of the Captive Nations Proclamation is contained in U.S. News and World Report, August 3, 1959, page 87. 2. U.S. News and World Report, August 3, 1959, page 87. 3. William W. Wade, The UN. Today, H. W. Wilson Company, New York, page 134. 4. The Case for Severing Relations with Soviet Rulers, U.S. News and World Report, December 17, 1954, page 139. 5. Writings of Thomas Jefferson Memorial Association, 1904 to 1905, Volume 9, page 285. 6. Whittaker Chambers, Witness, page 210. 7. On the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, Foreign Language Publishing House, Moscow, 1946, page 59. 8. From Nikita Khrushchev's letter to the Mexican newspaper, Excelsior, February 28, 1958. 9. Quoted in Uncompromising Idealism, by David Lawrence, U.S. News and World Report, August 31, 1959, page 104. 10. W. Cleon Skousen. So You Want to Raise a Boy? Doubleday, New York, 1962. 11. Luke 22, verse 36. 12. Quoted by Joseph Z. Cornfader, who was a student at the school. In a letter to Dr. J.D. Bales of Harding College dated March 7, 1961, Mr. Cornfader said, "Enclosed is a copy of the quote you asked for. It is part of what he, Manuelski, said to a group of senior Lenin school students at a conference held in Moscow, March 1930, at which I, as one of the students, was present." Appendix A. What do defenders of communism say? The voluminous literature of communism contains bold and sometimes harsh answers to almost any question a student may care to ask. However, few students have an opportunity to meet anyone who will admit he is a well-indoctrinated communist, and few people have the time or inclination to read the technical, cumbersome documents of communist lore. Therefore, the following symposium is designed to bring some of these answers together under a number of general headings. It will be observed that communist propaganda sometimes contradicts these answers when a true statement of doctrine would prove embarrassing. However, the answers presented here are taken in most instances from the foremost exponents of Marxism and in all such cases represent unembellished, non-propaganda answers which teachers of Marxism pass along to their own followers. Peaceful coexistence. Student, do you think there is a possibility that the democracies and the Soviet can somehow coexist? Lenin. The existence of the Soviet Republic side by side with imperialist states for a long time is unthinkable. One or the other must triumph in the end. And before that end supervenes, a series of frightful collisions between the Soviet Republic and the bourgeois states will be inevitable. 1. Official statement. The proletariat in the Soviet Union harbors no illusions as to the possibility of a durable peace with the imperialists. The proletariat knows that the imperialist attack against the Soviet Union is inevitable, that in the process of a proletarian world revolution, wars between proletarian and bourgeois states, wars for the emancipation of the world from capitalism, will necessarily and inevitably arise. Therefore, the primary duty of the proletariat, as the fighter for socialism, is to make all the necessary political, economic, and military preparations for these wars, to strengthen its Red Army, that mighty weapon of the proletariat, and to train the masses of the toilers in the art of war. 2. Student, why do you not go ahead and prove that communism will work in your own country before trying to force it upon other nations? Lenin, final victory can be achieved only on an international scale, and only by the combined efforts of the workers of all countries. 3. Stalin. This means that the serious assistance of the international proletariat is a force without which the problem of the final victory of socialism in one country cannot be solved. 4. Student, I am in favor of cordial relations between nations. Would you call me an internationalist? P. Vyshinsky. At present, the only determining criterion is, are you for or against the USSR, the motherland of the world proletariat? An internationalist is not one who verbally recognizes international solidarity or sympathizes with it. A real internationalist is one who brings his sympathy and recognition up to the point of practical and maximum help to the USSR in support and defense of the USSR by every means and in every possible form. 5. Student, I thought that during World War II the communist leaders said they wanted to be friends with the United States. I hoped we could continue to be friends. Varga. The fact that the Soviet Union and the greatly shaken capitalist countries showed themselves to be in one powerful camp, raged against the fascist aggressors during World War II, showed that the struggle of the two systems within the democratic camp was temporarily alleviated, suspended, but this, of course, does not mean the end of the struggle. 6. Marshal Tito. Our collaboration with capitalism during the war which has recently ended by no means signifies that we shall prolong our alliance with it in the future. On the contrary, the capitalistic forces constitute our natural enemy despite the fact that they helped us to defeat their most dangerous representative. It may happen that we shall again decide to make use of their aid, but always with the sole aim of accelerating their final ruin. 7. Student. In other words, you pretended to be our friends merely as a matter of expediency? Why would it not be to our mutual advantage to continue being friends? Dmitry Z. Manuelski. War to the hilt between communism and capitalism is inevitable. 8. Student. Then why do you even try to maintain peaceful relations with the West? Stalin. We cannot forget the saying of Lenin to the effect that a great deal depends on whether we succeed in delaying war with the capitalist countries until proletarian revolution ripens in Europe, or until colonial revolutions come to a head, or, finally, until the capitalists fight among themselves over the division of the colonies. Therefore, the maintenance of peaceful relations with capitalist countries is an obligatory task for us. 9. Student. Do you think we should expect this inevitable conflict soon or far in the distant future? Lenin. To tie one's hands beforehand, openly to tell the enemy, who is at present better armed than we are, whether and when we will fight him, is stupidity and not revolutionariness. To accept battle at a time when it is obviously advantageous to the enemy and not to us is a crime. And those political leaders of the revolutionary class who are unable to tack, to maneuver, to compromise in order to avoid an obviously disadvantageous battle, are good for nothing. 10. Student. Perhaps this explains why you communists continue building up a tremendous war machine while proclaiming that you want peace. Don't you think the West sincerely wants peace and would like to disarm? Official statement. There is a glaring contradiction between the imperialist policy of piling up armaments and their hypocritical talk about peace. There is no such contradiction, however, between the Soviet government's preparation for defense and for revolutionary war and a consistent peace policy. Revolutionary war of the proletarian dictatorship is but a continuation of a revolutionary peace policy by other means. 11. Student. But would not a so-called revolutionary peace policy by other means simply be a demand for unconditional surrender under threat of extermination? Why do you perpetuate the myth of peaceful coexistence when you openly consider the West your enemy? Dmitry Z. Manuelsky. Today, of course, we are not strong enough to attack. To win, we shall need the element of surprise. The bourgeoisie will have to be put to sleep. So we shall begin by launching the most spectacular peace movement on record. There will be electrifying overtures and unheard of concessions. The capitalist countries, stupid and decadent, will rejoice to cooperate in their own destruction. They will jump at another chance to be friends. As soon as their guard is down, we shall smash them with our clenched fist. 12. Illegal operations. Student. Perhaps this helps to explain why the communist strategists have never been able to take over a single country by persuasion or by the popular election of legal candidates. Must you communists always resort to subversion and illegal political operations? Lenin. The absolute necessity and principle of combining illegal with legal work is determined not only by the sum total of the specific features of the present period, but also by the necessity of proving to the bourgeoisie that there is not, nor can there be, a sphere or field of work that cannot be won by the communists. It is necessary, immediately, for all legal communist parties to form illegal organizations for the purpose of systematically carrying on illegal work, and of fully preparing for the moment when the bourgeoisie resorts to persecution. Illegal work is particularly necessary in the army, the navy, and police. 13. Student. What happens to a person who is selected for illegal operations? Lenin, a working-class agitator who in any way shows talent and promise, should not work 11 hours a day in a factory. We should see to it that he lives on the funds of the party, that he is able in good time to adopt an illegal manner of existence, that he has the opportunity of changing his sphere of activities. Otherwise, he will not gain experience, he will not broaden his outlook, and will not be able to hold out for at most several years in the struggle against the police. 14. Revolutionary violence. Student. Could an American who might be converted to communism belong to the party but still hold out for peaceful reform instead of revolutionary violence? Lenin. It is not enough to take sides in the question of political slogans. We must take sides also in the question of an armed uprising. Those who are opposed to armed uprising, those who do not prepare for it, must be ruthlessly cast out of the ranks of the supporters of the revolution and sent back to the ranks of its enemies, of the traitors or cowards. For the day is approaching when the force of events and conditions of the struggle will compel us to separate enemies from friends according to this principle. 15. Student. Then apparently you believe social progress is possible only by revolutionary violence rather than by legislative reform? Lenin. Marxists have never forgotten that violence will be an inevitable accompaniment of the collapse of capitalism on its full scale and of the birth of a socialist society. And this violence will cover a historical period. A whole era of wars of the most varied kinds, imperialist wars, civil wars within the country, the interweaving of the former with the latter, national wars, the emancipation of the nationalities crushed by the imperialist powers which will inevitably form various alliances with each other in the era of vast state capitalist and military trusts and syndicates. This is an era of tremendous collapses, of wholesale military decisions of a violent nature, of crises. It has already begun. We see it clearly. It is only the beginning. 16. Student. Do you mean it is impossible for an American to be a true communist without betraying his own country? Lenin. Hatred for one's own government and one's own bourgeoisie, the sentiment of all class-conscious workers, is a banal phrase if it does not mean revolution against their own governments. It is impossible to rouse hatred against one's own government and one's own bourgeoisie without desiring their defeat. 17. Student. Would an American communist be expected to engage in subversive and disloyal activities even if the United States were at war? Lenin. A revolutionary class in a reactionary war cannot but desire the defeat of its government, and revolutionary action in wartime against one's own government undoubtedly and incontrovertibly means not only desiring its defeat, but really facilitating such defeat. 18. Student. But if you are so anxious to break down loyalty to individual governments, why you do insist on American communists maintaining a loyalty toward the USSR? Official statement. In view of the fact that the USSR is the only fatherland of the international proletariat, the principal bulwark of its achievements, and the most important factor for its international emancipation, the international proletariat must on its part facilitate the success of the work of socialist construction in the USSR and defend it against the attacks of the capitalist powers by all the means in its power. 19. Student. In other words, and to be more specific, you are against nationalism except when applied to the USSR? P. E. Vyshinsky. The defense of the USSR, as of the socialist motherland of the world proletariat, is the holy duty of every honest man everywhere, and not only of the citizens of the USSR. 20. Student. If American communists are expected to overthrow their own government and serve the interests of the USSR, would that not make them anarchists and insurrectionists? Lenin. Only insurrection can guarantee the victory of the revolution. 21. Lenin. The revolution confronts us directly with the problem of armed insurrection, and to speak of this without proper technical preparations is merely to mouth empty phrases. He who wants the revolution must systematically prepare for it the broad masses, which will, in the process of preparation, create the necessary organs of the struggle. 22. Student. And all this for the violent overthrow of the government? Lenin. The purpose of insurrection must be not only the complete destruction or removal of all local authorities and their replacement by new, but also the expulsion of the landlords and the seizure of their lands. 23. War and peace. Student. Does not such an inflammatory policy completely contradict your widely publicized program for a peace offensive? Official statement. Complete communism will know no more war. A real, assured people's peace is possible only under communism. But the goal cannot be reached by peaceful, pacifist means. On the contrary, it can be reached only by civil war against the bourgeoisie. 24. Student. In other words, communists in all countries constitute a war party rather than a political party designed to promote peace? Official statement. In the capitalist world today, the revolutionary proletariat supports the war of defense of the proletarian state, the USSR, against the imperialist states. 25. Student. But the Soviet Union has consistently waged or encouraged wars of aggression. How can you conscientiously support these? Official statement. Every war of the Soviet Union is a war of defense, even if it is conducted with offensive means. 26. Student. If you are going to call all Soviet wars defensive, even when you admit she is using offensive means, what will be your attitude toward other nations which maintain heavy armaments simply as a defense against communist aggression? Official statement. We stand for the systematic exposure and stigmatizing of all capitalist armaments, war pacts and war preparations, and especially of the defense of the Soviet Union against the League of the Imperialists. 27. Student. Are the communist leaders expecting a spontaneous uprising in various countries, or will they order their followers to engineer an uprising? Lenin. If the situation is ripe for a popular uprising, in view of the fact that the revolution in social relationships has already taken place, and if we have prepared for it, we can order an uprising. 28. Student. What methods would you use to overthrow the government? Lenin. Riots, demonstrations, street battles, detachments of a revolutionary army. Such are the stages in the development of the popular uprising. 29. Student. Based on experience, what are the most ideal circumstances for a successful insurrection? Lenin. Combining of a mass political strike with an armed uprising. 30. The Communist International. Student. Originally, what did you say about the organization which was supposed to run the world revolution? Official statement. The Communist International is the concentrated will of the world revolutionary proletariat. Its mission is to organize the working class of the world for the overthrow of the capitalist system and the establishment of communism. The Communist International is a fighting body and assumes the task of combining the revolutionary forces of every country. 31. Student. Was the purpose of the Communist International to spread dissension and build the Red Army? Official statement. In order to overthrow the international bourgeoisie and to create an international Soviet republic as a transition stage to the communist society, the Communist International will use all means at its disposal, including force of arms. 32. Stalin. The tasks of the party in foreign policy are 1. To utilize each and every contradiction and conflict among the surrounding capitalist groups and governments for the purpose of disintegrating imperialism. 2. To spare no pains or means to render assistance to the proletarian revolution in the West. 3. To take all necessary measures to strengthen the Red Army. 33. Student. What was the program of the Communist International? Official statement. The Communist International must devote itself especially to everyday organization work, in the course of which work legal methods must unfailingly be combined with illegal methods. Organized work in the Army and Navy, such must be the activity of the communist parties in this connection. The fundamental slogans of the Communist International in this connection must be the following. Convert imperialist war into civil war. Defeat your own imperialist government. Defend the USSR and the colonies by every means in the event of imperialist war against them. 34. Student. Did the Communist International depend upon communist parties in various countries, or did it operate independently? Official statement. The successful struggle of the Communist International for the dictatorship of the proletariat presupposes the existence in every country of a compact communist party hardened in the struggle, disciplined, centralized, and closely linked to the masses. 35. Student. What was the obligation of an organization such as the Communist Party of America when it affiliated with the Communist International? Official statement. Each party desirous of affiliating to the Communist International should be obliged to render every possible assistance to the Soviet republics in their struggle against all counter-revolutionary forces. The Communist Party should carry on a precise and definite propaganda to induce the workers to refuse to transport any kind of military equipment intended for fighting against the Soviet republics, and should also by legal or illegal means carry on a propaganda amongst the troops sent against the workers' republics, etc. 36. Student. Was it intended from the beginning that communist leaders in Russia would dictate the policies of the Communist Party of America? Earl Browder. The communist parties of the various countries are the direct representatives of the Communist International, and thus, indirectly of the aims and policies of Soviet Russia. 37. Official statement. Representatives of Soviet Russia in various countries engaging in political activities should coordinate these activities in some form or other with the activities and policies of the respective communist parties. 38. Alexander Trachtenberg. Consistently supporting the Soviet Union since its inception, American communists were acting as internationalists and as Americans. 39. Student. In 1943, the Communist International was suddenly dissolved. Was this designed to pacify a rising wave of anti-communist sentiments during World War II? Hansberger. Since correct strategy consists in uniting and concentrating all forces against the common enemy, necessitating the elimination of everything which makes such unification and concentration difficult, therefore, the dissolution of the Communist International, decided upon unanimously by the Communist parties, was doubtless an act in the interests of facilitating victory over the fascist enemy. 40. Student. Did the dissolution of the Communist International result in a weakening of the solidarity between communist parties throughout the world? Hansberger. Among the reasons which the leaders of the communist parties considered in supporting the dissolution of the Communist International was doubtless the question of strengthening the communist parties. 41. Student. Did it weaken the plans for world revolution? Hansberger. The communist parties have thus never sacrificed their Marxist-Leninist principles, which know no boundaries, and which can never be given up by them, but guided by their principles fight on with the utmost consistency. 42. Student. Would this represent the official view of the Communist Party of America? Gilgreen. Since November 1940, our party has not been an affiliate of the Communist International and has had no organizational ties with it. But who can deny that our party has nonetheless fulfilled its obligation to the American working class and people, and in this way to the working class and people of the world? 43. Nor is the further existence of the Communist International necessary as the living embodiment of the principle of internationalism and international working class solidarity. The fight for internationalism has not disappeared. It has been raised to new and more glorious heights. 44. The dissolution of the Communist International does not, therefore, mark a step backward. Millions all over the world live, work, and fight under the bright banner of Marxism. 45. Diplomatic intrigue. Student. During World War II, what did Stalin say the Russian policy was toward nations which were then under Nazi domination? Stalin. We are waging a just war for our country and our freedom. It is not our aim to seize foreign lands or to subjugate foreign people. Our aim is clear and noble. We want to free our Soviet land of the German fascist scoundrels. We want to free our Ukrainian, Moldavian, Belarusian, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, and Karelian brothers from the outrage and violence to which they are being subjected by the German fascist scoundrels. We have not and cannot have such war aims as the imposition of our will and regime on the Slavs and other enslaved peoples of Europe who are awaiting our aid. Our aim consists in assisting these people in their struggle for liberation from Hitler's tyranny and then setting them free to rule in their own lands as they desire. 46. Student. What excuse could Stalin and the communist leaders have for doing the very opposite of what they had promised? Lenin. The strictest loyalty to the ideas of communism must be combined with the ability to make all necessary practical compromises, to maneuver, to make agreements, zigzags, retreats, and so on, so as to accelerate the coming to power. 47. Stalin. Sincere diplomacy is no more possible than dry water or ironwood. 48. Ethics and morals. Student. Doesn't this approach to international relations sound more like a criminal code of conduct rather than sincere diplomacy? Does communist morality permit this? Lenin. We say. Morality is that which serves to destroy the old exploiting society and to unite all the toilers around the proletariat, which is creating a new communist society. Communist morality is the morality which serves this struggle. 49. Official statement. Morals or ethics is the body of norms and rules on the conduct of Soviet peoples. At the root of communist morality, said Lenin, lays the struggle for the consolidation and the completion of communism. Therefore, from the point of view of communist morality, only those acts are moral which contribute to the building up of a new communist society. 50. Student. But this sounds like an excuse for doing whatever one may find expedient rather than following a system of rules for right living. Assuming communism was right, would that justify a communist in lying, stealing, or killing to put communism into effect? William Z. Foster. With him the end justifies the means. Whether his tactics be legal and moral or not does not concern him, so long as they are effective. He knows that the laws as well as the current code of morals are made by his mortal enemies. Consequently, He ignores them insofar as he is able and it suits his purposes. He proposes to develop, regardless of capitalist conceptions of legality, fairness, right, etc., a greater power than his capitalist enemies have. 51. Student. Would you then deny the possibility of there being an eternal, God-given code for moral or ethical conduct? Lenin. We do not believe in eternal morality, and we expose all the fables about morality. 52. Marx. Law, morality, religion are so many bourgeois prejudices, behind which lurk in ambush just as many bourgeois interests. 53. Engels. We therefore reject every attempt to impose on us any moral dogma whatsoever as an eternal, ultimate, and forever immutable moral law on the pretext that the moral world too has its permanent principles which transcend history and the difference between nations. We maintain, on the contrary, that all former moral theories are the product, in the last analysis, of the economic stage which society had reached at that particular epoch. And as society has hitherto moved in class antagonisms, morality was always a class morality. It has either justified the domination and the interests of the ruling class, or, as soon as the oppressed class has become powerful enough, it has represented the revolt against this domination and the future interests of the oppressed. 54. The Bible. Student. Then what is the communist attitude toward the Bible, which contains many moral teachings? Official statement. A collection of fantastic legends without any scientific support. It is full of dark hints, historical mistakes, and contradictions. It serves as a factor for gaining power and subjugating the unknowing nations. 55. Engels. It is now perfectly clear to me that the so-called sacred writings of the Jews are nothing more than the record of the old Arabian religious and tribal tradition, modified by the early separation of the Jews from their tribally related but nomadic neighbors. 56. Religion. Student. If you reject the Bible, do you also reject all religion and all of the institutionalized morality which it represents? Official statement. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, the theoretical foundation of the Communist Party, is incompatible with religion. 57. Lenin. Religion is a kind of spiritual gin in which the slaves of capital drown their human shape and their claims to any decent human life. 58. Student. Could not a communist enjoy religious activity as a matter of conscience and as a private right? Lenin. To the party of the socialist proletariat, religion is not a private matter. 59. Yaroslavsky. Every Leninist, every communist, every class-conscious worker and peasant must be able to explain why a communist cannot support religion, and why communists fight against religion. 60. Student. But supposing I were a communist and still wanted to go to church? Official statement. If a communist youth believes in God and goes to church, he fails to fulfill his duties. This means that he has not yet rid himself of religious superstitions and has not become a fully conscious person, i.e., a communist. Lenin. A young man or woman cannot be a communist youth unless he or she is free of religious convictions. 62. Lenin. We must combat religion. This is the ABC of all materialism, and consequently Marxism. 63. Student. What is your attitude toward individual churches? Take the Catholic Church, for example. Yaroslavsky. The Catholic Church, with the Pope in its van, is now an important bulwark of all counter-revolutionary organizations and forces. 64. Student. Are you against all Christianity? Lunarcharsky. Russian Commissioner of Education. We hate Christians and Christianity. Even the best of them must be considered our worst enemies. Christian love is an obstacle to the development of the revolution. Down with love of one's neighbor. What we want is hate. Only then can we conquer the universe. 65. Student. How do you justify communist hate propaganda of this kind? Official statement. Hatred fosters vigilance and an uncompromising attitude toward the enemy and leads to the destruction of everything that prevents Soviet peoples from building a happy life. The teaching of hatred for the enemies of the toilers enriches the conception of socialist humanism by distinguishing it from sugary and hypocritical philanthropy. 66. Stalin. It is impossible to conquer an enemy without having learned to hate him with all the might of one's soul. 67. Student. And what is your attitude toward the Jewish people and their religion? Marx. What was the foundation of the Jewish religion? Practical needs egoism. Consequently, the monotheism of the Jew is in reality the polytheism of many needs. The God of practical needs and egoism is money. Money is the jealous God of Israel, by the side of which no other God may exist. The God of the Jews has secularized himself and become the universal God. As soon as society succeeds in abolishing the empirical essence of Judaism, the huckster and the conditions which produce him, the Jew will become impossible. The social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of society from Judaism. 68. Student. In view of all this, why is it that communist propaganda sometimes pretends a tolerance for religion? Yaroslavsky. In our work among religious people, we must bear in mind Lenin's advice to utilize every method available to us. Or, as he said, we must approach them this way and that way in order to stimulate them to criticize religion themselves. 69. Student. If religion is so bad, do you think it will gradually die out? Yaroslavsky. It would be a great mistake to believe that religion will die out of itself. We have repeatedly emphasized Lenin's opinion that the Communist Party cannot depend upon the spontaneous development of anti-religious ideas, that these ideas are molded by organized action. 70. Student. Do you think a person's attitude toward religion should be changed by friendly persuasion? Lenin. The fight against religion must not be limited nor reduced to abstract, ideological preaching. This struggle must be linked up with the concrete practical class movement. Its aim must be to eliminate the social roots of religion. 71. Official statement. The struggle against the gospel and Christian legend must be conducted ruthlessly and with all the means at the disposal of communism. 72. Student. Is it true that you have already suppressed the clergy in Russia? Stalin. Have we suppressed the reactionary clergy? Yes, we have. The unfortunate thing is that it has not been completely liquidated. Anti-religious propaganda is a means by which the complete liquidation of the reactionary clergy must be brought about. Cases occur when certain members of the party hamper the complete development of anti-religious propaganda. If such members are expelled, it is a good thing, because there is no room for such communists in the ranks of the party. 73. Student. What do you propose to substitute for religion? Lenin. We said at the beginning, Marxism cannot be conceived without atheism. We would add here that atheism without Marxism is incomplete and inconsistent. 74. Student. If you are going to take away the concept of God, what spiritual substitute do you propose to offer your people? Official statement. What better means of influencing pupils than, for example, the characteristic of the spiritual figure of Stalin given in the short biography? Everyone knows the irresistible, shattering power of Stalin's logic, the crystal clearness of his intellect, his iron will, devotion to the party, his modesty, artlessness, his solicitude for people and mercilessness to enemies of the people. 75. Student. I understand Soviet leaders missed no opportunity when Stalin was alive to indoctrinate the children with the idea of Stalin as a spiritual figure. What was the slogan stamped on children's toys? Official statement. Thank you, Comrade Stalin, for my joyous childhood. 76. Individual freedom and civil liberties. Student. Is there any opportunity for freedom and democracy under communism? Engels. We say, a la guerre comme à la guerre. We do not promise freedom nor any democracy. 77. Student. Then you do not believe that men should be free and equal in the enjoyment of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Engels. As long as classes exist, all arguments about freedom and equality should be accompanied by the question, freedom for which class? And for what purpose? The equality of which class with which? And in what relation? 78. Student. But is it not your desire to have freedom and equality for all classes? Engels. We do not want freedom for the bourgeoisie. 79. Student. Do not the people in communist satellites want freedom and equality for their citizens? Engels. Anyone who talks about freedom and equality within the limits of toiler democracy, i.e., conditions under which the capitalists are overthrown while property and free trade remain, is a defender of the exploiters. 80. Student. Do you believe in freedom at all? Lenin. While the state exists, there is no freedom. When freedom exists, there will be no state. 81. Student. But the USSR still preserves the state. Does this mean the government of Russia is not intended to promote the freedom of the Russian people? Engels. So long as the proletariat still uses the state, it does not use it in the interest of freedom, but in order to hold down its adversaries. 82. Student. Then do I conclude from this that in Russia you do not even pretend to have the civil liberties which we enjoy over here? Vyshinsky. In our state, naturally there is and can be no place for freedom of speech, press, and so on for the foes of socialism. Every sort of attempt on their part to utilize to the detriment of the state, that is to say, to the detriment of all the toilers, these freedoms granted to the toilers, must be classified as a counter-revolutionary crime. 83. Student. Supposing I were living in Russia and wanted to publish a newspaper which criticized the government, would I be granted the same freedom of press which I enjoy in America? Stalin. What freedoms of the press have you in mind? Freedom of the press for which class? The bourgeoisie or the proletariat? If it is a question of freedom of the press for the bourgeoisie, then it does not and will not exist here as long as the proletarian dictatorship exists. 84. Student. Then you mean freedom of the press is only for the privileged proletariat? It would not include a person like myself? Stalin. We have no freedom of the press for the bourgeoisie. We have no freedom of the press for the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, who represent the interests of the beaten and overthrown bourgeoisie. But what is there surprising in that? We have never pledged ourselves to grant freedom of the press to all classes, and to make all classes happy. 85. Student. But how can a government fairly administer its laws unless they apply equally to all the people? Lenin. Dictatorship is power based upon force and unrestricted by any laws. The revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat is power won and maintained by the violence of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, power that is unrestricted by any laws. 86. Student. But if laws are against classes rather than violators, how can there be any justice? Vyshinsky. The task of justice in the USSR is to assure the precise and unswerving fulfillment of Soviet laws by all the institutions, organizations, officials, and citizens of the USSR. This the court accomplishes by destroying without pity all the foes of the people in whatever form they manifest their criminal encroachments upon socialism. 87. Moscow University, where education is often used as a political tool and professors are among the best paid people in the USSR. Education. Student. Let me ask a few questions about Soviet schools and the communist theory of education. How would you describe the objectives of education in Russia? Official statement. It is in the schools, at the desk, in the first class, that the foundations for a communist outlook are laid in future Soviet citizens. The country entrusts the school with its most treasured possessions, its children, and no one should be allowed to indulge in the slightest deviation from the principles of the communist materialistic upbringing of the new generation. 88. Student. Would it not be better to give students a broad view of all governments and different economies so they could draw their own conclusions? Official statement. The Soviet school cannot be satisfied to rear merely educated persons. Basing itself on the facts and deductions of progressive science, it should instill the ideology of communism in the minds of the young generation, shape a Marxist-Leninist world outlook, and inculcate the spirit of Soviet patriotism and Bolshevik ideas in them. 89. Student. Is it fair to force the minds of the rising generation to accept only the values which a current political regime wishes to impose upon them? Official statement. It is important that pupils should clearly realize the doom of the capitalistic world, its inevitable downfall, that they should see on the other hand the great prospects of our socialist system, and actively get prepared when they leave school to be ready to take their place in life, in the struggle for a new world, for communism. Labor. Student. Since communism claims to represent the interests of the laboring class, what is the official communist attitude toward the labor movement? Lenin. It will be necessary to agree to any and every sacrifice and even, if need be, to resort to all sorts of devices, maneuvers, and illegal methods, to evasion and subterfuge, in order to penetrate into the trade unions, to remain in them, and to carry on communist work in them at all costs. 91. Student. I think the average American working man would be interested in knowing what the communists do when they control a labor union. How do the communists treat labor unions in Russia where they have complete control? Viktor Kravchenko, former government official now defected, the local Communist Party organization elects one of its suitable members to become president of the trade union. Generally speaking, the Soviet trade unions have to see that the workers execute the program. 92. Student. But does that not make the union a subservient arm of government, rather than an organization of workers? What if a nation wanted to strike? Kravchenko. The union's job is to see that strict discipline is maintained, that there will be no strikes, that the workers work for wages established by the central government, that the workers carry out all the decisions, resolutions, etc. of the party. 93. Student. But what would happen if I were a worker in Russia and wanted to quit my job? Kravchenko. Every citizen in the Soviet Union has a passport. On the passport is his photograph. There is also a special page on which a stamp is put which indicates the place, date, and type of employment. If you leave your job in one factory and go to another without the permission of your director, you will be prosecuted under the law for violation of the law prohibiting unauthorized change of employment. This refers not only to laborers, but to any kind of employee. 94. Student. In view of these statements, I would like to conclude with one more question. Is this the hope for humanity which the Soviet offers the world? Official statement. The Soviet is an inspiring example for the proletarian revolution in the rest of the world. It shows the powerful achievements of the victorious proletariat and the vast superiority of socialist to capitalist economy. The Soviet Union is an inspiring example for the national self-determination of the oppressed peoples. 1. V.I. Lenin. Report of the Central Committee at the 8th Party Congress, 1919. 2. Thesis of the 6th World Congress of the Communist International, International Press Correspondence, November 28, 1926, page 1590. 3. Quoted by Joseph Stalin in Leninism, Volume 1, page 170. 4. Joseph Stalin's letter to Ivanov, page 9. See also Resolution of the 14th Party Conference of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 5. P. Vyshinsky, Communism and the Motherland, in Vопроsi Philosophi, Problems of Philosophy, Volume 2, 1948. 6. Varga, World Economy and World Politics, June 1949, page 11. 7. Reported by the Continental News Service, November 8, 1946, and quoted in Communist Threat to Canada, Ottawa, 1947, pages 10 to 11. 8. Stated in a lecture to the Lenin School on Political Warfare in Moscow, 1931. 9. Joseph Stalin, Speech to the 15th Congress of the Soviet. Selected Works, Volume 10, pages 95 to 96. Also see pages 100 to 101. 10. V.I. Lenin, Left-Wing Communism, An Infantile Disorder. Selected Works, Volume 10, pages 95 to 96. Also see pages 100 to 101. 11. Thesis of the 6th World Congress of the Communist International, International Press Correspondence, November 28, 1928, page 1590. 12. Stated in a lecture at the Lenin School on Political Warfare in Moscow, 1931. 13. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 10, pages 172 to 173. 14. V.I. Lenin, Lenin on Organization, page 95. 15. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 3, page 351. 16. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 8, pages 315 to 316. 17. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 5, page 147. 18. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 5, page 142. 19. Program of the Communist International, page 66. 20. P. Vyshinsky, Communism and the Motherland, in Problems and Philosophy, Volume 2, 1948. 21. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 3, page 327. 22. Lenin, the great strategist of the class war, page 17. 23. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 3, page 377. 24. Fundamentals of Communism, published by the Communist Party of America, page 31. 25. Fundamentals of Communism, published by the Communist Party of America, page 31. 26. Fundamentals of Communism, published by the Communist Party of America, page 31. 27. Fundamentals of Communism, published by the Communist Party of America, page 31. 28. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 3, page 298. 29. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 3, page 312. 30. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 3, page 374. 31. The Communist, Volume 1, Number 1, July 1921, page 11. 32. The Communist, Volume 1, Number 1, July 1921, page 11. 33. Joseph Stalin, Party After Seizure of Power, Pravda, August 28, 1921. 34. Program of the Communist International, page 84. 35. Program of the Communist International, page 76. 36. The Thesis and Statutes of the Communist International, as adopted at the Second World Congress, July to August 7, 1920, page 28. 37. Communism in the United States, page 8. 38. Resolution on the Relation of Communist Parties to Soviet Government Representatives, adopted by the Second Convention of the Communist Party of America, in the Communist, Volume 2, Number 8, page 8, August 1, 1920. 39. Alexander Trachtenberg, The Soviet Union and the American People, appearing in the Communist, Volume 18, Number 9, page 885, September 1939. 40. Remarks on the discussion concerning the dissolution of the Communist International, appearing in the Communist, Volume 22, Number 11, page 1020, November 1943. 41. Remarks on the discussion concerning the dissolution of the Communist International, appearing in the Communist, Volume 22, Number 11, page 1028, November 1943. 42. Remarks on the discussion concerning the dissolution of the Communist International, appearing in the Communist, Volume 22, Number 11, page 1021. 43. Gil Green, The Dissolution of the Communist International, a speech delivered on May 26, 1943, page 3. 44. Gil Green, The Dissolution of the Communist International, a speech delivered on May 26, 1943, page 8. 45. Gil Green, The Dissolution of the Communist International, a speech delivered on May 26, 1943, page 9. 46. Stalin's Order of the Day, Number 130, May 1, 1942, quoted in On the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, Foreign Language Publishing House, Moscow, 1946, page 59. 47. V.I. Lenin, Left-Wing Communism, An Infantile Disorder, International Publishers, New York, 1940, pages 75 to 76. 48. Quoted in Department of State Publication Number 4264, page 30. 49. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 9, page 477. 50. Radio Moscow, August 20th, 1950. 51. William Z. Foster, Syndicalism, page 9. 52. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 9, page 478. 53. Marx Engels, Communist Manifesto, also quoted in the Communist Handbook, page 35. 54. Friedrich Engels, quoted in Handbook of Marxism, page 249. 55. Quoted from the Russian Dictionary under Christian Economics, Volume 3, Number 7, March 27, 1951. 56. Friedrich Engels, Selected Correspondence, page 64. 57. Young Bolshevik, Number 5 to 6, 1946, page 58. 58. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, International Publishers, New York 1943, Volume 11. 59. V.I. Lenin, Religion, page 9. 60. E. Yaroslavsky, Religion in the USSR, page 20. 61. Young Bolshevik, number 5-6, 1946, page 56. 62. Young Communist Truth, October 18, 1947. 63. V.I. Lenin, Religion, page 14. 64. E. Yaroslavsky, Religion in the USSR, pages 36-37. 65. Quoted in Congressional Record, Volume 77, pages 1539-1540. 66. Quoted from the Small Soviet Encyclopedia, Moscow, 1947, Volume 11, page 1045. 67. Joseph Stalin, The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, Moscow, 1946, page 55. 68. Karl Marx, Selected Essays, pages 92-97. 69. E. Yaroslavsky, Religion in the USSR, page 61. 70. E. Yaroslavsky, Religion in the USSR, page 61. 71. V.I. Lenin, Religion, page 14. 72. Radio Leningrad, August 27, 1950. 73. Joseph Stalin, Leninism, Volume 1, page 387. 74. V.I. Lenin, Religion, Introduction, pages 3-6. 75. Teacher's Gazette, March 17, 1947. 76. Quoted in the U.S. Department of State publication, number 4264, page 25. 77. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 9, page 242. 78. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 10, page 266. 79. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 10, page 266. 80. V.I. Lenin in Selected Works, Volume 10, page 266. 81. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 8, page 87. 82. Quoted by Lenin in his Selected Works, Volume 7, page 81. 83. Vyshinsky, Law of the Soviet State, Macmillan Company, New York 1948, page 617. 84. Joseph Stalin, Leninism, Volume 1, page 403. 85. Joseph Stalin, Leninism, Volume 1, page 404. 86. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, Volume 7, page 123. 87. Andrei Y. Vyshinsky, The Law of the Soviet State, page 498. 88. Literary Gazette, September 3, 1949. 89. For Further Progress in Soviet Schools, taken from Culture and Life, August 31, 1947. 90. Teacher's Gazette, September 13, 1947. 91. V.I. Lenin, Left-Wing Communism, page 38. 92. Quoted in House Un-American Activities Committee publication, 100 Things You Should Know About Communism, U.S. Government Printing Office, 1949, page 78. 93. Quoted in House Un-American Activities Committee publication, 100 Things You Should Know About Communism, U.S. Government Printing Office, 1949, page 78. 94. Quoted in House Un-American Activities Committee publication, 100 Things You Should Know About Communism, U.S. Government Printing Office, 1949, pages 78-79. 95. Fundamentals of Communism, published by the Communist Party of America, page 19. Appendix B. How does a people build a free nation? During the latter part of the 18th century, a phenomenal political development occurred, which created the framework for a new civilization. This was the establishment of the first free people in modern times. In the panoramic history of the human race, it was an epic achievement. At the time this important political leap took place, the whole pattern of human existence was bogged down by three man-made systems which had enslaved mankind. The first was the political system throughout the world, which consisted of monarchical dictatorships where life, liberty, and property were subject to the more or less fickle whims of individual potentates. The second oppressive system was the economic pattern of the world, which was rooted in a variety of feudal contracts where the majority of the people wore out their lives as serfs on vast estates carved from the spoils of military conquest. The third system, which dominated the lives of mankind, was the overexpansion of institutionalized religion. The professional guardians of man's spiritual welfare had practically choked off all channels of free spiritual expression, so that matters of opinion and conscience were often scrutinized and controlled by oppressive surveillance. Rise of the liberals. For several hundred years prior to the 18th century, a few liberal rebels had struck out fiercely against the Frankenstein systems which enmeshed mankind, and many of these liberals had left their mark. They were called liberals because they desired to liberate the race from these man-made systems. They wanted man controlling the systems instead of the systems enslaving man. Today, liberals are often those who would like to restore those systems and once more make man their minions. But here we shall speak of liberals in the original sense, liberators from man-made systems. The first group of liberals to gravitate together in sufficient quantities to take decisive action was a contingent of visionary men scattered among the American colonies. Historians say it is surprising how few voices in that day were prepared to speak up for complete liberation. But these few were sufficiently strong to chart a blueprint for the first free nation in modern times. Of course, in many ways it was a most reckless venture. These American political pioneers risked life, property, and the rights of citizenship by participating in this liberation movement. Nevertheless, they were successful to a degree never exceeded by political leaders in any other time or generation. Perhaps the following outline will illustrate why. Political philosophy of American Founding Fathers. The American Founding Fathers were very uncommon men. They were neither anarchists nor revolutionists, but were among the most successful political and business leaders from each of the colonies. In this sense, they were both physically and mentally equipped to be empire builders, and before the king had made his imperialism completely intolerable, they had, in many cases, been among the most active subjects of the king, carrying out the crown's business among the colonies. Therefore, by their own contemporary standards, they could scarcely be called proletariat. As a group, they were students of economics and political science, and when they set their hands to the task of creating a new nation, they drained off the best thinking of men like John Locke, Baron de Montesquieu, and Adam Smith, besides adding many ingenious contributions from the inspiration of their own minds. All of this evolved into a unique political philosophy worthy of the most careful study. The documents these men produced reflect the ingredients of this philosophy. They reveal that those who subscribed to it had the following fundamental convictions. They believed that certain inalienable rights of man are derived from God and not from any human agency. Therefore, no human agency can rightfully disturb them. They believed class distinctions must be eliminated, that there is no place among free men for classes or castes. The public officer, the merchant, the banker, the farmer, the mechanic, the teacher, all are honorable and necessary, worthy of being treated as equals. They believe the progress of the human race will not be the result of pitting one class against another, but will come by uniting all groups or classes in one concentrated offensive against man's common enemies: poverty, ignorance, disease, and war. They believe that in pursuing happiness, men must be free to work at any livelihood which their experience, training, and native qualifications will permit them to secure and hold. They believed men must be free to enjoy the fruits of their labor, which means the protection of property rights. They believed men must be secure in their homes, in the privacy of their lives. They believed there must be goodwill, generosity, and tolerance between those of different professions, those of different religions, and those of different races. A philosophy becomes a reality. The translating of these principles from theory to practice has been a long and painfully slow process. Nevertheless, the historic steps which were followed constitute the straight and narrow way through which any and every people must pass if they are to gain and retain their freedom. These historic steps were as follows. First, the redemption of the people's freedom by an official declaration of independence in 1776. Second, the enforcement of that declaration by resort to arms from 1776 to 1783. Third, for the first time in the history of the world, a government was established with its powers strictly defined in a written document, the United States Constitution. Fourth, The Constitution provided for a republican form of government. This is government by elected representatives rather than government by emotional mass participation as a pure democracy. Fifth, for the first time in history, a government was set up under a sovereign trinity, three equal branches of governmental authority: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. The separation of powers among three equal branches of government came from the brilliant mind of Baron de Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755. James Madison was a particularly warm admirer of Montesquieu and was responsible for the introduction of this principle into the framework of the Constitution. Sixth, each branch of government was to be subject to a system of checks and balances from the other two branches so as to maintain a healthy balance of power. Government has been defined as society's power of organized coercion. The genius of Montesquieu's principle of separation of powers is the fact that when one branch of government exceeds its authority, one or both of the other branches combine against it to use their powers of coercion to put down the oppression of the offending branch. This makes it unnecessary to have the people rise up in revolutionary force to put down oppression. Seventh, all powers not specifically delegated to the federal government were retained by the states and the people. The doctrine of the contractual basis of government with the reservation of political sovereignty in the people was described by John Locke in his Second Treatise of Civil Government, published in 1690. Eighth, the following freedoms were guaranteed to the sovereign citizen. 1. Freedom of religion, First Amendment. 2. Freedom of speech, First Amendment. 3. Freedom of press, First Amendment. 4. Freedom of assembly, First Amendment. 5. Freedom to petition the government for grievances, First Amendment. 6. Freedom to bear arms, Second Amendment. 7. Freedom from illegal search of persons, houses, papers, or effects, Fourth Amendment. 8. Freedom from prosecution without due process of law, Fifth and 14th Amendments. 9. Freedom from multiple prosecutions for the same offense, Fifth Amendment. 10. Freedom from the necessity of testifying against oneself, Fifth Amendment. 11. Freedom from imprisonment without a speedy and public trial, Sixth Amendment. 12. Freedom from excessive bail, excessive fines, or cruel and unusual punishments, Eighth Amendment. 13. Freedom from slavery or involuntary servitude, 13th Amendment added in 1865. 14. Freedom to vote regardless of race or sex, 15th Amendment added in 1870, and the 19th Amendment added in 1920. 9th, social and political reform along liberal lines was encouraged within the various states. While serving as governor of Virginia, Thomas Jefferson led the way by encouraging public education, dividing church and state, breaking down the medieval laws of inheritance to prevent monopoly of land and wealth, advocating the emancipation of slaves, prohibiting the importation of slaves, revising the criminal laws, suggesting representation according to population, declaring the right to vote should be extended to all men who might be subject to military duty and not merely to landowners, encouraging self-government in the counties and towns of the state. 10th, the Civil War established the sovereignty of the federal government as the dominant authority of the Union, from which individual states could not secede and against which individual states could not pass conflicting laws. This gave solidarity to the United States and a uniformity among the states which had been previously disputed. The Civil War also opened the way for the emancipation of all men living within its boundaries. 11th, down through the East, promotional legislation was passed to promote the general welfare of all citizens by encouraging interstate transportation, transcontinental communications, colonization of public lands, cheap postal service, development of waterways and resources. 12th, restrictive legislation was passed for the purpose of protecting the individual citizen against various systems which began to encroach upon his welfare. Antitrust legislation was passed to restrict the activities of monopolies in business and preserve free enterprise. Labor legislation was passed to fix responsibility for union leadership. Anti-crime legislation was passed to protect the citizens against organized underworld forces. Thus, a whole new pattern of human government has been born among men. It is a political framework designed to keep the ultimate control of the government in the hands of the people who live under that government. It is an expression of political philosophy which makes it possible for men to protect themselves against the expanding power of man-made systems. It is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. It is the gradual unfolding of 6 centuries of true liberalism, results of 175 years of American liberalism. The encouragement of private initiative and self-determination and the protection of the individual citizen from the encroachment of man-made systems have now had 175 years to prove themselves. Did the liberation of the citizen from the systems of the past prove beneficial? The United States, like all new countries, started poor in capital and badly in debt. Although other nations have often had equal access to natural resources, the United States slowly but consistently forged ahead. Today, with only 7% of the world's population and 6% of the Earth's territory, the United States has acquired through peaceful industry nearly 50% of the world's developed wealth. Each year its citizens grow, build, sell, buy and use more goods and services than any other country in existence. With a population of 180 million, 1962, the U.S. has succeeded in approaching the economist's dream of total employment by providing jobs for 63 people while approximately 37 million of its youth been enrolled in school. Each year, the people of the United States spend more than $200 billion on personal goods and services. This means a per capita income of $1,453, which is twice the per capita income in Britain, 5 times the per capita income in Russia, and 7 times the per capita income in Italy. According to the American Automobile Association, the people of the United States spend more than $9 billion vacations each year. Individual savings amount to $17 billion annually, and 3 out of 4 families are covered by life insurance. Of the 50 million dwelling units in the nation, 60% are occupied by their owners. The millions of acres of developed farmland produce more food than its citizens can eat. The productive capacity of the United States is the largest in the world. It owns 30% of the world's railroad mileage, 76% of its automobiles, 51% of its trucks, 47% of its radios, 42% of the electric power output, and 47% of its steel. Each year, the United States produces 51% of the world's output of petroleum and about 30% of its coal. The U.S. merchant fleets have replaced Britain's as the rulers of the seas with the greatest volume of foreign trade. 1. The pattern for abundant living. World travelers, or people who have lived abroad, can appreciate the abundant living of the United States better than the average American. The table on the opposite page illustrates how little time it takes an American citizen to earn the necessities of life, and why he is able to spend so much of his income on travel and items of commerce which foreign citizens would call luxuries. This table shows how many minutes the average citizen of leading countries must work to pay for 1 pound of the various items listed. Table: minutes of work required in various countries to earn 1 pound of food. In this list, the statistics for potatoes may be used as an illustration of what has been happening in the world. Russia, for example, produces more potatoes than any other country in the world, but a Russian must work 4 times as long as an American to buy 1 pound of potatoes. And observe that a Russian must work 27 times as long as an American to buy 1 pound of sugar, 12 times as long as an American to buy 1 pound of oleomargarine. In the United States by 1951, there were 105 million radios. It took the average citizen 1 day and 2 hours to earn enough money to buy an average radio. In France, it requires 7.5 days of toil to pay for an average radio. In Italy, 15 days. In Russia, 27 days. 3. In the United States, there are 201,277 physicians, 87,000 dentists, and 1,439,030 hospital beds. The life expectancy in the United States is 65.9 years for males and 71.5 years for females. In Russia, the last life expectancy tables show the average to be 41.9 years for males and 46.8 years for females. 4. Certain foreign propaganda agents have tried to depict U.S. wealth as a fortuitous gift of nature. Economists have pointed out that many foreign nations have equal access to resources and could duplicate the wealth of the United States if they were willing to accept the principles of government and economics which make the development of such wealth possible. Propaganda agents have insisted that since the United States has become remarkably wealthy, it should divide that wealth with the rest of the poverty-stricken world. Economists have answered this by pointing out that what America has to share with the world is not so much her wealth as her time-tested system of government and economics. If America's wealth were spread around the world, it would soon be dissipated. But if her system of free government and free enterprise were spread around the world, nations would soon find them to be perpetual producers of wealth. What foreign nations envy in America is the fruition of 175 years of true liberalism. 1. Statistics taken from the 1954 Information Almanac published by the Macmillan Company, New York, page 80. 2. Statistics taken from U.S. Bureau of Labor and quoted in the 1954 Information Almanac, page 130. 3. 1954 Information Almanac, page 80. 4. Statistical Abstract of the USA, 1952, published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, pages 946 to 960. Appendix C. What is free enterprise capitalism? Marx made his most damaging mistake while drawing up the blueprints for a communist society by designing them for a creature which never existed. He misinterpreted the nature of man. Since then, the communists have expended vast quantities of strategy and energy trying to change the instinctive desires of man, but this has proven impossible. Marx likewise miscalculated while attempting to analyze free enterprise capitalism. His prophecies concerning its unavoidable collapse failed to materialize. In fact, the very opposite occurred. While nations which toyed with socialism and communism progressed slowly, stood still, or slid backwards, capitalism rolled steadily on. Two things in particular have made modern capitalism increasingly successful. First, its capacity to satisfy the inherent needs and desires of man, and second, its capacity to function efficiently with very little guidance or supervision. It is sometimes called a natural system of economics because it tends to adjust automatically to human requirements. Nevertheless, being a child of nature, capitalism contains a certain spirit of the jungle when observed in its wild, uncultivated state where men have used it for selfish, individual survival. However, under domestication and tempered with the ingredient of goodwill toward men, capitalism has proven to be man's most efficient device for the developing of material wealth and for general social advancement. In other words, for community survival. In order to appreciate the natural qualities of capitalism which have proven beneficial to mankind, we should first ask ourselves, what is the nature of man? What are his desires and needs? The nature of man. Under careful scrutiny, man turns out to be a physical spiritual being. To ignore either facet of his nature would be as fatal for us as it was for Marx. On the physical side, we observe that man is an elaborate and complex organism with a capacity to register and react to sensations ranging from excruciating pain to ecstatic pleasure. Bradford B. Smith calls this man's pain-pleasure scale. A vast array of human needs grow out of man's desire to avoid pain or discomfort and achieve physical satisfaction and pleasure from life. Some of these would be satisfying hunger, quenching thirst, satisfying tastes, being warm in cold weather, cool in warm weather, avoiding illness, being relieved of pain, having comfortable and attractive clothes, having a comfortable home and surroundings, enjoying perfumes and pleasant odors, hearing pleasant sounds, enjoying relaxation and recreation, participating in marital associations, enjoying the sensation of movement and travel, seeing colorful objects or colorful scenery. Now let us take a moment to consider the other half of man's nature, the spiritual side. This is sometimes called man's fear-hope scale. Man, as an intelligent, self-knowing, self-determining being, is capable of having strong feelings ranging all the way from sublime hope to deep fear and despair. Sometimes these are closely related to physical needs and frustrations. Sometimes they are purely intellectual. But regardless of their origin, they are very real and result in a wide pattern of intellectual or spiritual needs. To be of individual importance so as to count for something as a person. To be a party in interest. To be identified with the system. To enjoy owning things. To be appreciated for some unique and important contribution. To have a satisfactory degree of economic security. To feel the satisfaction of sacrificing or risking something to achieve progress. This is sometimes erroneously called the gambling instinct. To have the opportunity for creativity. To feel family solidarity. To enjoy the right of privacy. To have freedom of expression in matters of opinion. To be protected in convictions of religion and conscience. to feel significant in determining matters of political importance. Man's mainspring of action. In studying the nature of man, it soon becomes apparent that his mainspring of action is the driving necessity to satisfy both physical and spiritual needs. Many economic systems which men have invented tend to smother or ignore these needs. To that same extent, these systems are bound to smother man's greatest source of motivating power, the anxiety to satisfy these deep, throbbing human desires. 40 years of communism in the USSR have eloquently confirmed this. The communist leaders have suppressed the natural desires of their people and have tried to motivate them to action through fear. But this has not worked because fear is primarily a depressant instead of a stimulant. On the long pull, it becomes a dull, paralyzing drug affecting both brain and muscle, and leaves a smoldering ash of combustible hostility. Work through fear can never compete successfully with the tantalizing opportunity provided by capitalism to constantly satisfy natural human needs. Satisfying these needs is almost the entire source of power for capitalism's productive momentum. Of course, if human beings made an attempt to rush around in breathless haste, trying to satisfy all of these desires to their utmost, they would probably die in their early youth. Therefore, Providence has endowed each human being with a built-in reactor against speed which serves to prevent or discourage overindulgence. It is called inertia. As each person feels an inward desire to satisfy some physical need, he simultaneously feels the strong gravitational pull of laziness or inertia. Thereby hangs an important principle of economics. Man ever tends to satisfy his wants with the least possible exertion. Perhaps we should mention in passing that capitalism gives full vent to this principle by encouraging men to continually seek cheaper sources of power and try to develop more efficient machines to do the world's work instead of using human and animal muscle. Even as late as 1900, over 50% of U.S. power was provided by animals and men, but under a half-century of capitalistic development, they now supply only 2% of the power. The rest comes from machines. Other political and economic systems claim to be in favor of mechanization, but no other system is able to promote technological development as rapidly as capitalism because competitive survival becomes so important that it makes it worthwhile to throw away machines as soon as they become obsolete, also to discard outmoded sources of power. Mechanization on American farms came about through economic necessity, while mechanization on socialized farms is looked upon as desirable but not particularly necessary. The law of variation. The genius of capitalism is not merely that it satisfies the desires and needs of mankind generally, but it responds to the factor of variation as between individuals. It allows each man to do anything he wishes so long as he can survive at it. Therefore, each man continually surveys the field of economic opportunity and gradually tries to push him into that phase of work which best satisfies him. This is one of the greatest blessings of free enterprise capitalism. To a remarkable extent, it allows a man to do just about whatever he wants to do. Laborers are not conscripted nor told they cannot strike. Nor are they ordered to remain in certain occupations, as tends to be the case in socialized and communized countries. Under capitalism, everyone can gain. A study of human nature reveals that value is psychological rather than real. Whether a thing is worth a certain amount depends entirely on the mental value attached to it. Capitalism has proven to be a dynamic economy in which everyone participating in a transaction can increase the value of what he has, or in other words, make a profit. This can be true of both the buyer and the seller. For example, take a man who wants to buy a used car. He has a certain amount of money or credit. When he offers this money to the dealer, it means that he would rather have the car than that amount of money. The value of the car is greater to him than the value of the money. If the dealer agrees, it means that the dealer would rather have the money than the car. In fact, he won't sell the car unless the price he gets is of greater value to him than the value of the car. As the car is driven away, both men have made a profit. Both men feel they have improved their position as a result of the transaction. This is a strong contributing factor to the success of capitalistic free enterprise. It allows everyone to win, either by making a profit or by improving his position as the result of an honest transaction. The meaning of a free economy. Capitalism thrives best in a free economy, but freedom is a much misunderstood subject. For example, There is no such thing as total, unrestricted freedom. Freedom means simply the chance to choose. Therefore, freedom can only relate itself to specific choices such as the freedom to speak or not to speak, the freedom to believe or not believe, the freedom to buy or not to buy, and so forth. Furthermore, freedom can move in only one direction at a time. If a man has $10 and chooses to spend it on a night of celebration, he has thereby lost the freedom to spend that same $10 on some new clothes. Once the choice is made, a person is not free to avoid the consequences of that choice. That is why we say there is no such thing as unrestricted freedom or freedom in general. Freedom is always restricted to some specific choice, and freedom is always restricted to choosing one direction at a time. It is for this reason that a free economy requires a continuous education of its people so that they will exercise their freedom to choose in such a way that it will sustain sound moral principles and build a dynamic economy with a strong social structure to preserve it. In making such choices, the people must sense what is best for both the individual and the community. They must be well informed. They must know enough about each problem so they can anticipate what the result will be when they have made their choice. There are many notable examples in both modern and ancient history to illustrate what happens when people are only casually concerned with their right to make a choice or exercise their freedom. Free peoples require alert, aggressive leadership and a socially and politically conscious citizenry. This is not easily maintained, but it is the price of freedom. Sometimes the streak of natural laziness in people makes them wish that a commission, a dictator, or a king would make all the decisions and force the people to do what is good for them. But this is the road to ruin for a free economy. The people must retain the sovereign right to choose, for that is all freedom is. Now we come to the four great freedoms which must always exist in a truly free economy. First, freedom to try. One of the most essential ingredients in a healthy economy is the freedom to try. This is really the freedom to achieve, and it is based on the principle that the genius of one or a few men cannot begin to compare in the aggregate to the genius of all the people. Therefore, in a free country, a man can develop a new kind of shorthand, a different kind of screwdriver, a new breed of cattle, or an improved type of mousetrap. When he is through, no one may wish to buy the new product or service, but at least he is free to invent it and try to sell it if he can. This is an indispensable characteristic of capitalism, the freedom to try. One of the reasons atomic energy was shared with the people for peacetime development was because Americans have been educated to believe that this is the best way to harness atomic power for a vast multitude of domestic services. With many thousands of scientists working on ways and means to exploit atomic power, instead of using just a few hundred, the results should be correspondingly greater. This is particularly true where each of the scientists is free to try anything his inventive genius may dictate. This was precisely the way we developed radio, television, the prevention of polio, the wonders of the modern automobile, and the sound barrier breaking speed of the propeller-less jets. By way of contrast, it is interesting to note that the providing of an adequate road system was reserved to the state and federal governments. Notice that this monopolized program has never come up to the public needs at any time in our history. It is interesting to consider what might have happened if highways had been left in the open market where businessmen could compete for the opportunity of serving the public with adequate systems of highway facilities. In fact, during recent years, there have been several places where toll roads have been built by private capital with the permission of state legislatures because the people were so dissatisfied with the inefficiency of government-supervised thoroughfares. Second, freedom to sell. If men are to be left free to try their skill and inventive genius, they must also be protected in their freedom to sell their product for a profit. Of course, some new product might make a whole industry obsolete, temporarily throw thousands out of work, and require numerous economic, social, and political readjustments. But this is one of the keys to success in free enterprise economy. It must not be curbed except in the case of products or procedures which involve an immoral or criminal aspect, such as narcotics, pornographic literature, quack medicines, fake stocks, and so forth. Freedom to sell also implies the freedom to make a profit even if the price of a product is set at a level which wipes out the profit of a competitor. At first glance, this may seem to be a cold, heartless system of economics, but if an American travels abroad through communist or socialist countries, he begins to appreciate that freedom to sell is really the opportunity to survive. This means that a competitor must exert his faculties to produce more efficiently and reduce his price, or improve the quality of his product so that the public will pay the difference to set it. In either case, the public benefits, and newly improved forms of material wealth are created for the use of the public simply because two or more companies are competing briskly in order to survive. Third, freedom to buy. Now, of course, if the inventor of some new product is to enjoy the freedom to sell, then the public must certainly enjoy the freedom to buy. One of the most fatal restrictions on a dynamic capitalistic economy is rationing or governmental control of commerce so that the people are told what they can buy, in what quantity, where, and at what price. These artificial devices so completely sabotage capitalism that prices get out of phase, black markets develop, and many human needs are neglected. This is why the United States moved so quickly after World War II to eliminate price controls and rationing. Both are inimical to a healthy capitalist economy. France and England failed to follow suit, but Western Germany did. As a result, the recovery of Western Germany was one of the sensations of the post-war period, while the recovery of France and England was extremely slow and painful. Fourth, freedom to fail. Last of all, we come to the freedom which harbors in its bosom the golden secret of all successful capitalist economies. This is the freedom to fail. Under free enterprise capitalism, every businessman who wishes to survive must do a lot of long-term research, as well as make a continuous study of his current operation. Services must be continually improved, waste must be eliminated, and efficiency in operations must be constantly pushed. And all of this is simply to keep the individual or company from failing. Occasionally, we find a businessman whose neck may be new to the yoke, refusing to extend himself in order to meet the competition of others who are more alert, more aggressive, and more anxious to serve and more accommodating. This newcomer has a lesson to learn. Perhaps, without quite realizing it, he is exercising his freedom to fail. In some planned economies, a well-established business is not allowed to fail because it is described as essential to the economy. Therefore, if the product of that company will not sell at a profit, it is subsidized from taxes to make up the difference. The company thereby receives a bonus for its inefficiency. No lesson is learned. The express choice to fail is not allowed to result in failure. Other companions soon follow. Almost immediately, inertia replaces energy. Progress is slowed to a snail's pace and human needs are no longer adequately satisfied. In a dynamic capitalist economy, the fact that a person or company will be allowed to fail is the very thing which spurs the individual or company to succeed. Of course, those who do fail are cushioned in their fall so that they do not starve, nor do they lose their opportunity to try again. Nevertheless, the cushion is neither a dole nor a stipend which would be so comfortable that the person would want to relax and stay down. Capitalist cushions are thin, by design. How capitalism makes things plentiful and cheap. It was Marx's dream to produce everything in such overwhelming abundance and distribute goods so freely that no one would need to buy and therefore no one would be able to sell. Unfortunately for Marx, his economic dream was doomed from the start because instead of producing goods in overwhelming abundance, socialism and communism were found to stymie production and smother invention. Therefore, it has remained the task of free enterprise capitalism to push mankind toward the economic millennium of a fully abundant material life. An excellent example of how this is being accomplished is taken from a personal observation of Dr. George S. Benson of Harding College. He says, "In China, I burned kerosene carried 100 miles on the shoulders of a coolie. He owned his means of transportation. He owned a bamboo pole and a scrap of rope on each end of it, and he'd tie a 5-gallon tin of kerosene to either end of the pole and trot along back into the interior. He traveled over a little, single-file trail that nobody kept up, that wound its way between the rice fields and the valleys and then over the hills. He could make about 10 miles a day with that burden. How much was he paid? Suppose he had been paid $5 a day. In 10 days, he'd have earned $50. But what would he have accomplished? He'd have transported 10 gallons of kerosene 100 miles. He'd have increased the price of kerosene $5 per gallon. Of course, in China, nobody could afford to pay such a price, so he was paid what the traffic would bear. He was paid 10 cents a day, and then he added 10 cents a gallon to the price of kerosene when carried 100 miles. He doubled the price of it. A miserable wage, wasn't it? But he could do no better with what he had to work with. Now observe how we move kerosene in America, where there is an investment of $25,000 in cash for every job created. The roadbed, the steel rails, the great locomotives, the tank cars, the terminals, the loading facilities, and so on. We move kerosene at less than 1 cent per gallon per 100 miles, less than a tenth of the cost in China. What do we pay our workmen? 70 times what the Chinese coolie gets, and still give to the purchaser a freight rate of less than a tenth of that of a coolie. What's the difference? Simply the investment and management, nothing else, the result of our American way of life. Here Dr. Benson has pinpointed another of the great secrets of capitalism's success: to put expensive tools and vast quantities of power at the disposal of the worker. But since the worker cannot afford to provide these tools for himself, who does? The answer is simple: frugal fellow citizens. These frugal fellow citizens are called capitalists. They are often ordinary people who are willing to scrimp and save and store up goods and money instead of consuming or spending them. Therefore, anyone who has savings, stocks, bonds, investments, insurance, or property is a capitalist. In America, this includes a remarkably high percentage of all the people. No doubt it would come as a great surprise to Marx if he knew that instead of developing a capitalist class as Marx expected, America is becoming a nation of capitalists. Each capitalist decides what venture he will sponsor with his money. He often risks his money in places where a government agency would never risk a cent. As a result, new oil is found, new inventions are promoted, new industries are started, impossible things are made possible, and fantastic constantly accrue to humanity. Of course, investing money which people have been painstakingly saving through a lifetime requires that the project be successful, so people will continue backing it with their savings. This puts management under a great deal of pressure to cut expenses and get the product out at a price that will make it sell in quantity. Management therefore constantly demands more efficient machines, which in turn permit the worker to spend fewer hours on the job. The little book called The Miracle of America points out that this free enterprise system has 1. Increased the real wages of American workers, wages in relation to prices, to 3.5 times what they were in 1850. 2. Reduced hours of work from an average of about 70 hours a week in 1850 to around 40 today. 3. Increased the workers' share of the national income paid out in wages and salaries from 38% in 1850 to about 70% today. 4. Increased the number of jobs faster than the growth of population, so that America has come closer to full employment than any nation in the world. All of this is made possible because the American worker is furnished expensive equipment to do the job faster and cheaper, and this equipment is purchased with the savings of the worker's business partner. He is the frugal fellow citizen called the capitalist. The law of supply and demand sets the price. Capitalism works best in a free market where the value of goods is fixed at that point where the graph line of supply intersects with the graph line of demand. For example, if there is an abundant supply of potatoes, people lose their anxiety to secure potatoes and the demand sinks to a low level. Even so, however, there is a level at which demand will establish itself, and that is what fixes the price. Several years ago, unexpected circumstances resulted in a threatened potato famine. The government made the mistake of interfering on the assumption that if it did not interfere, the price of potatoes would shoot sky high and people of modest means could not buy them. It was considered socially desirable to peg the price of potatoes at a low level. But what happened? With a short supply and an unnatural low price, it was only a matter of a few weeks until the entire stock was exhausted and nobody could buy potatoes at any price. Here is why socialism or human control of the economy stifles capitalism and destroys the natural laws by which it has so successfully blessed mankind. If the government had left the market alone, the price of potatoes would have gone up to that point where demand would have carried it. The higher price would have provided an automatic control of consumption and would have made the supply of potatoes last much longer because people would have considered it economically necessary to use fewer potatoes. They would have gradually begun to buy substitutes which were in surplus and therefore cheaper. By this means, the price factor would have helped people limit their consumption of stocks which were scarce while increasing the consumption of stocks which were plentiful. All this was turned topsy-turvy when the government thought it would be socially desirable to peg potato prices. It not only turned out to be unnatural, but also impractical. This brings us to our final comment on free enterprise. Failure of an American Experiment with Socialism. One of the most impressive modern documents on American free enterprise in action is a dynamic little book by Ezra Taft Benson, former U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, entitled Farmers at the Crossroads. It verities with facts and figures the lesson our generation has learned from an experiment with socialism through government control of agriculture. The government attempted to control farm prices by direct control of farm practices. The so-called basic crops, which were put under controls, were wheat, cotton, corn, rice, tobacco, and peanuts. The idea was to protect the farmer by guaranteeing him a certain minimum price. To do this, it was necessary to control production. Farmers were therefore restricted as to the amount of acreage they could plant. The results were amazing. Take wheat, for example. More than 30 million acres were taken out of wheat production in an attempt to reduce the supply and thereby maintain a good price for wheat. Each wheat farmer received a government check which paid him for not planting wheat on a certain percentage of his land. This is what happened. The farmer used the money to buy better machinery, more fertilizer, and additional help, so that frequently he harvested as much or more wheat from his limited acreage than he had previously raised on his entire farm. In other words, curtailed acreage did not curtail production. Furthermore, land taken out of wheat production could be used to raise other crops, which resulted in an oversupply of feed grains. Feed grain prices went so low that farmers and ranchers were able to greatly increase their cattle and hog production. This pulled the rug out from under meat prices. The government tried to save the situation by purchasing large quantities of each product which was being overproduced. This, coupled with price supports, encouraged even more people to invest in farming, with the result that vast areas of submarginal land were opened up for production. Many of these investors were not farmers at all, and these made a loud noise in favor of higher supports when they could not make their inefficiently operated farms pay off. The government's support of artificial high prices also had another destructive influence. It encouraged customers to look around for substitute products or foreign imports. As a result, American farmers not only lost some of their domestic markets, but found they were unable to compete abroad. What happened to wheat also happened to cotton and the other basic crops. They lost markets everywhere. In the case of cotton, the government reduced acreage from 43 million acres to 17.4 million. Still, the surplus quantities continued to climb. Before controls, U.S. cotton farmers exported 7 million bales of cotton per year. During 1955, they sold only 2 million bales abroad. Foreign cotton growers saw what was happening and doubled their sales because U.S. cotton brokers could not compete. So it was with all controlled areas of U.S. agriculture. In contrast to this, we find that those areas of agriculture which resisted rigid price guarantees did better. Take soybean farming as an example. These producers used the Department of Agriculture to advise and counsel them, but not to control. The Department of Agriculture conducted numerous experiments to reveal new uses for soybeans and encourage producers to use cooperative associations for the exploring of new markets. Today, soybean farmers supply half the tonnage for high-protein feeds, twice as much as that which comes from cottonseed meal. Soybeans have risen to 5th place as the farmer's greatest source of farm income. Secretary Benson closes with this significant comment. A major difference between cotton and soybeans is the fact that cotton decided to fight its battles in the legislative halls, while soybeans decided to fight in the marketplace. These are merely a few highlights from the lessons which America should have learned during the past 25 years of experimentation with socialized agriculture. There are many things which the government can do to encourage the general welfare of all agriculture, as it did with soybeans. But to try to control prices by Washington edicts rather than by supply and demand in the marketplace proves to be the kiss of death for the handsome goose that lays the golden eggs of American free enterprise prosperity. It is time to sell ourselves on our own economic program so we can more effectively share it with the rest of the world. We have a great system which is operating with demonstrable efficiency. Here is a summary of what it is doing. 1. Capitalism is by far the best-known system to provide for the physical needs of man. 2. Capitalism permits man to satisfy his spiritual needs. 3. Capitalism allows for variation as between individuals. 4. Capitalism is naturally self-expanding, which tends to create strong economic ties between communities, states, and nations. 5. Capitalism can permit everyone to participate in making a profit, thereby eliminating classes or castes which are inherent in so many other types of economies. 6. Capitalism promotes the freedom to try. 7. Capitalism allows the freedom to sell. 8. Capitalism allows the freedom to buy. 9. Capitalism preserves the greatest single force of human motivation, the risk of failing. 10. Capitalism tends to increase the wages of workers in relation to prices. 11. Capitalism tends to reduce the hours of work necessary to make a living. 12. Capitalism increases the worker's share of the national income. 13. Capitalism increases the number of jobs faster than the growth of population. 14. Capitalism promotes rapid technological advances. 15. Capitalism is proving to be the most effective means mankind has yet discovered for sharing the wealth. Appendix D. Did the early Christians practice communism? A few students have secretly or even openly defended communism because they considered it to be an important set of principles practiced by the early Christians. Such persons often say that they definitely do not condone the ruthlessness of communism as presently practiced in Russia, but that they do consider it to be of Christian origin and morally sound when practiced on a brotherhood basis. This was exactly the attitude of the Pilgrim Fathers when they undertook to practice communism immediately after their arrival in the New World. But as we have seen earlier, not only did the project fail miserably, but it was typical of hundreds of other attempts to make communism work on a brotherhood basis. Without exception, all of them failed. One cannot help wondering why. Certain scholars feel they have verified what Governor Bradford has said concerning brotherhood communism, namely, that it is unchristian and immoral because it strikes at the very roots of human liberty. Communism, even on a brotherhood basis, can only be set up under a dictatorship administered within the framework of force or fear. Governor Bradford found this to be true. Leaders own literally hundreds of similar experiments concur. Students are therefore returning to ancient texts with this question. Did the early Christians really practice communism? The belief that the early Christians may have practiced communism is based on two passages. Here is the first one. And all that believed were together, and had all things common, and sold their possessions and goods, and parted them to all men as every man had need. 1. Two things might be noted here. First, the people formed a community effort by coming together. Second, they sold their possessions and goods as they appeared to need cash proceeds for the assistance of their fellow members. It does not say that they sold all their possessions and goods, although it is granted that at first reading this may be inferred. Neither does it say that they pooled their resources in a common fund, although this has been assumed from the statement that they had all things common. What they actually did is more clearly stated in the second passage, which is often quoted. And the multitude of them that believed was of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common, too. Here we have a declaration indicating that the common effort was not a legal pooling of resources in a communal fund, but rather a feeling of unity in dealing with common problems, so that no man said his possessions were his own but developed and used them in such a way that they would fill the needs of the group as well as himself. That this is a correct reading of this passage may be verified by events which are described in the next chapter of Acts. There we read of Ananias and Sapphira. They had a piece of property which they decided to sell. They intended to give the proceeds to the Apostle Peter. But the author of Acts says that when they had sold the property, they decided to hold back some of the proceeds, even though they represented to Peter that their contribution was the entire value of the property received at the sale. For this deceit, Peter severely criticized them, and then, in the process, he explained the legal relationship existing between these two people and their property. Said he, "While it, the property, remained, was it not thine own? And after it was sold, was it, the money, not in thine power?" 3. In other words, this property had never been required for any communal fund. It belonged to Ananias and Sapphira. It was completely in their power. After the property was sold, the money they received from the sale was also in their power. They could spend it or contribute it. If contributed, the money was a free will, voluntary offering. It will be seen immediately that this is altogether different from a communist relationship to property where there is a confiscation or expropriation of each member's possessions, and the proceeds are distributed by a single person or a small committee. The member thereby loses his independence and becomes subservient to the whims and capriciousness of those who rule over him. It would appear, therefore, that the early Christians did keep legal title to their property, but said it was for the benefit of the whole community. This is precisely the conclusion reached in Dumlow's Bible commentary. It discusses the two passages we have just quoted, and then says, the Church of Jerusalem recognized the principle of private property. A disciple's property really was his own, but he did not say it was his own. He treated it as if it were common property. Dr. Adam Clarke's commentary also makes this significant observation concerning the apostolic collections for the poor. If there has been a community of goods in the church, there could have been no ground for such collections, as there could have been no such distinction as rich and poor, if everyone, on entering the church, gave up his goods to a common stock. This, then, brings us to our final comment on this subject, namely, that the master teacher made it very clear in one of his parables, for that property was not to be owned in common nor in equal quantities. In this parable, he said the members of the kingdom of God were as servants who had been given various stewardships, every man according to his several ability. One man was given a stewardship of 5 talents of silver, and when he traded with the same and made them other 5 talents, his Lord said, "Well done." However, another servant who had been given only 1 talent of silver feared he might somehow lose it, so he buried it in the earth. To this man his Lord said, "Thou wicked and slothful servant." He then took this man's 1 talent and gave it to the first servant where it could be developed profitably. 2 things appear very clear in this parable of the talents. First, that every man was to enjoy his own private property as a stewardship from God. Second, that he was responsible to the earth's creator for the profitable use of his property. All of the evidence before us seems to clearly show that the early Christians did not practice communism. They did not have their property in common. Instead, they had their problems in common. To solve their problems, each man was asked to voluntarily contribute according to his ability, as God had prospered him. 5. When carefully analyzed, this was simply free enterprise capitalism with a heart. The student will also probably recognize that whenever modern capitalism is practiced with a heart, it showers blessings of wealth, generosity, goodwill, and happy living on every community it touches. The ancient Christian order was a great idea. 1. Acts 2 verses 44 to 45. 2. Acts 4 verse 32. 3. Acts 5 verse 4. 4. Matthew 25 verses 14 to 30. 5. 1 Corinthians 16 verse 2. Appendix E. What is the secret weapon of communism? This is the text of a speech delivered May 6, 1953, to 1,150 guests at the annual banquet of the Washington State Parent-Teachers Association. At the time this speech was given, the author was serving on the faculty of the Brigham Young University. 100 years ago, there was a little school of philosophers in Europe who called themselves pure materialists. They had their headquarters in Germany. 2 of those materialists carved a place for themselves in history. Through their speeches and books, they lighted a flame which, in a century, has created more distrust, insecurity, bloodshed, warmongering, and destruction of property than all the criminal and gangster elements in the world combined. One of these men was Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche. It was Nietzsche who rose up out of the school of pure materialism to advance the idea of a Superman. His ideas could be summarized as follows. Since there is not any God, and since human beings are only graduate beasts without any souls and without immortality, men should not therefore follow a system of ethics and morals. The natural law of force should prevail in the universe. The weak deserve to serve, the strong deserve to rule. Somewhere on the earth there is a nation which is just naturally superior and which should ruthlessly subdue the rest of mankind. Within that nation, a single individual should rise up as the natural leader and dictator to rule over humanity because he is a Superman. It was Nietzsche who made up Superman, not the comics. Who inspired Hitler? Now it was Nietzsche's thinking which inspired Adolf Hitler with his apocalyptic nightmare of total war. Hitler envisioned himself as the man of destiny, the Superman, who would one day rule the world. When Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, it was as though Nietzsche were speaking from the dead. Said Hitler, "Look at these young men and boys. What material! I shall eradicate the thousands of years of human domestication. Brutal youth. That is what I am after. I want to see once more in its eyes the gleam of the beast of prey. With these I can make a new world and create a new order. Mankind felt the crushing, brutal impact of Hitler's mammoth war machine during World War II as he forced millions to join his ranks of imperialistic conquest, which was designed to make him dictator of the world. In this country, we watched in amazement as he rose to power. Finally, after several years of seeing the black boots of National Socialism stomp out the light of civilization wherever they marched, we rose up in our wrath and joined forces with other nations of the world to smash Nietzsche-inspired Nazism. However, the spirit of total war which was spawned by the materialists was not confined to the National Socialists in Germany. It had been projected into the ambitions and philosophies of the leaders of several nations. It was codified into the political aims of the military leaders of Japan and Italy, who also collapsed under the mighty blow which struck down National Socialism. However, with the ending of World War II, many people felt that the conflict with materialism was at an end. Almost immediately, the spirit of sacrifice seemed to wither within us. Virtually overnight, our armies were demobilized. The world's largest air force was practically scrapped, and the world's largest navy was put into mothballs. All this was on the presumption that the war with materialism was finished. Time, of course, proved this presumption to be a mistake. In putting down National Socialism and the Axis, we had only conquered one form of materialism. Another form, equally strong, immediately rose to take its place. This new form of materialism came from Nietzsche's comrade-in-arms, Karl Marx, a man out of the same school of philosophy with the same motivations as Nietzsche. Karl Marx thought of himself as the father of dialectical materialism, more commonly known as communism. Today, the great force of conquest and imperialism which he envisioned stands arrayed against the people of the free world and marches under the banner of the hammer and sickle. What was the mission of Karl Marx? Some people have mistaken the mission of Karl Marx and his followers as purely economic in nature, but like all other materialists, their mission was to gain power through ideological warfare. Note how they denounced any competitive ideology, even religion. We must combat religion. This is the ABC of materialism and consequently of Marxism. One and another disciple declared that when they took over, God will be banished from the laboratories as well as from the schools, too. Now, since we are dealing with the field of ideological warfare, one might well ask, what is the objective of these militant atheists? What are they trying to set up as the new ideal for human relations? Listen to the words of Lenin. We must hate. Hatred is the basis of communism. Children must be taught to hate their parents if they are not communists. And listen to the amazing declaration of the former Russian Commissar of Education, Anatol Lunacharsky. We hate Christians and Christianity. Even the best of them must be considered our worst enemies. Christian love is an obstacle to the development of the revolution. Down with love of one's neighbor. What we want is hate. Only then will we conquer the universe. 3. I am sure you would agree that when men like these rise to positions of power in the earth, it is indeed a challenge to the youth of the free world. When Karl Marx was asked what his object in life was, he said, to dethrone God and destroy capitalism. In a declared war against morals, ethics, and spiritual values among the people, Marx and his associates resolved to completely eliminate the worship of the Almighty among men. Heinrich Heine declared, "Our hearts are filled with compassion, for it is Jehovah himself who is making ready to die." For, and Nietzsche, so successful in the atheistic campaign, said, "Let the death of God be boldly proclaimed." 5 Ludwig Feuerbach announced that the turning point of history will be the moment man becomes aware that the only God of man is man himself. 6. Pirates of science and religion. The strategy of the materialists was to appropriate to themselves the toga of science and take credit for all scientific accomplishments. Then they determined to ridicule and rationalize away all the things which they opposed by pronouncing them unscientific. Thus they attacked the Bible, called themselves higher critics, and attempted to explain it away. They explained the worship of God as being merely the effort of man to project the qualities of his own better nature into some fictitious superior being. They called Jesus Christ an itinerant preacher whose life and writings were effeminate and weak. They ridiculed the possibility of his resurrection. They denied the immortality of human life or the existence of the spirit or soul. They said that man was nothing but a graduate beast and that human life, especially the other man's life, was no more sacred than that of a centipede, a caterpillar, or a pig. In other words, the materialists turned their backs on 6,000 years of human history and achievement. As Marx and Engels boasted in their manifesto, our program abolishes eternal truths. It abolishes all religion and all morality. It therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. Men who worship themselves, but having denounced God, the scriptures, morals, immortality, eternal judgment, the existence of the spirit, and the sanctity of individual human life, the materialists turned to worship themselves. They decided that man, collectively speaking, was the epitome of perfection among nature's achievements and therefore the center of the universe. This gave Nietzsche an excellent opportunity to teach his concept of Superman. As Nietzsche exalted himself and all other men as the most superior of all existing things, he burst forth into statements like this: "Now this God of the Bible is dead. You higher men, this God was your greatest danger. Do you understand this saying, O my brothers? You are frightened? Do your hearts fail you? Does the abyss yawn at your feet? What of it? Forward, higher men. Now at last the mountain of man's future is about to give birth. God is dead. Now it is our will that Superman shall live." 7. In the egotistical tunnel vision of these men, who sought to dethrone God, there flamed the phantom hope that somehow they may have made the discovery of the ages. Nietzsche made a studied attempt to assume the proper humility which he felt was becoming to such a genius as himself. Said he, "Great heavens! Who has any idea of the burden that weighs upon me and the strength that it takes to endure myself? I don't know why it should fall upon me of all people, but it may be that I am the first to light upon an idea which will divide the history of mankind in two. It takes some courage to face that thought, the fruits of materialism. But it took more courage than Nietzsche realized. His writings groaned with the burden. Since there ceased to be a God, loneliness has become intolerable. But then he bolstered his timidity by reminding himself that after all he was a Superman and resolved that he, as the man who overtops the rest, must set to work. 8. But if there is no God, no design, and nothing for the future but an accidental destiny, what is there to work for? In the dark hours of his anti-theistic reasoning and just a short time before he went insane, Nietzsche could not help asking himself, how did we come to do that? How did we manage to empty the sea? Who gave us a sponge to wipe out the whole horizon? What were we about when we undid the chain which linked this earth to the sun? Are we not wandering through an endless nothingness? Do we not feel the breath of the void in our faces? Isn't it growing colder? Is not night always coming on, one night after another, more and more? 9. Such was the final, fearful lamentation of the men who started the chain reaction of pure materialism. Now we have reached an interesting point in the history of the United States when the word communism has become universally unpopular. If the label of communism is placed upon a person or an institution, it may bring ruin overnight. The disgraceful conduct of communist leaders has given their name a deep-dyed stigma in the United States. Communists without labels. But how many Americans could recognize a communist without his label? What does a communist really believe? Most people identify communism as state ownership of property or socialism. It is interesting, however, that the economics of communism are primarily for propaganda purposes. The idea of sharing the wealth appeals to the masses. However, when the communists took over in Russia, you will recall that the first thing they did was impose upon the Russian people a form of economics which we got rid of back in the feudal days. It is a system where a privileged few dispense the necessities of life to the serfs who work for them and rely upon them for protection and leadership. But if communist economics are primarily propaganda, what, then, does the communist believe? In the interest of time, I have endeavored to reduce the basic belief of these people to 4 fundamental concepts which turn out to be the basis for their philosophy. These beliefs are the heart and soul of dialectical materialism. They pretend to provide a complete explanation for the whole universe. They provide the reasoning which gives an excuse to the communist for his revolutionary violence and amoral conduct. They are the things which convert a few intellectual people to this foreign ideology, and they are the things which even make a few wealthy people think that communism is the last great hope of the modern world. Understanding these beliefs helps to evaluate the actions of the communists when we sit down with them to discuss world problems. First major premise of communism. Their first major premise is this: everything in existence came about as a result of ceaseless motion among the forces of nature. Everything is a product of accumulated accident. There is no design. There is no law. There is no God. There is only force, the force of nature. Force is right, force is good, and force is natural. The idea of dialectics as propounded by the communist intellectual is that conflict in nature is the womb of all creation. That out of fierce, writhing forces in the elements we obtained all that now is, stars, solar system, plants, animals, and the intelligence of man. When these dialectical materialists first tried to tell me that everything in the universe was the result of force and accident, I could not help but recall the teachings of my high school chemistry professor, who said that the major premise of science is recognition of the fact that there is order in the universe resulting from intelligent design. He pointed out that the mission of the scientist is to explore and discover the engineering principles followed by the master architect so that these can be used as a blessing for mankind. In other words, the very foundation of science is the recognition of an intelligent designer who used principles which we ourselves can discover and use. The followers of Marx are so desperately anxious to overthrow the recognition of God that they have denied that there is any design in the universe. They refuse to admit that there is order, law, or an intelligent creator behind the phenomena of nature. They say all of these things are the product of accumulated accident. I wonder what my chemistry professor would say to that. These materialists claim to glorify the name of science and to march under its banner. But, in their anxiety to discredit and repudiate God, they have openly denied the very things which science has demonstrated. Second major premise. Now here is their second major premise. Human beings are only graduate beasts, and therefore human life is no more sacred than that of a centipede, a caterpillar, or a pig. The completely reckless disregard for human life is the most striking, single characteristic of materialism in action. For many Americans, the things which were experienced in the Korean War have brought a rude awakening. It means a big difference when we are dealing with people who look upon all humanity as merely graduate beasts. Third major premise. The third major premise of communism is this: there is no such thing as innate right or wrong. As one of their leaders pointedly declared, to lie, is that wrong? Not for a good cause. To steal, is that wrong? Not for a good cause. To kill, is that wrong? Not for a good cause. Weaken that pragmatism, that the end justifies the means. The dialectical materialists look upon ethics and morals as superficial and fraudulent. V.I. Lenin declared, the upbringing of communist youth must not consist of all sorts of sentimental speeches and precepts. And in the same volume he states that morality is that which serves to destroy the old exploiting society. Communist morality is the morality which serves this struggle. 10. It is highly important to communist discipline to have every person obey blindly. To obey blindly is considered good and therefore morally right. But a system of morals which controls conduct in terms of right and wrong makes each individual a moral free agent. This, communism cannot stand. Fourth major premise. The fourth major premise of communism is that all religion must be overthrown because it inhibits the spirit of world revolution. It was the feeling of Marx, Engels, and their fellow travelers that the deep spiritual convictions of the people hindered their acceptance of communist philosophy and communist rule. It kept them from capturing the revolutionary spirit. It kept them from lying and stealing and killing when leaders commanded it. As one of their writers declared, religion does not fit into a dialectical materialist system of thought. It is the enemy of it. One cannot be a thorough materialist, that is, a dialectical materialist, and have any remnants of religious beliefs. 11. Marx said, religion is the opium of the people, and as we have pointed out previously, it became a prime objective of the Communist Manifesto to overthrow all religions. The communist founders were not satisfied to have their disciples merely ignore religion. They felt it was highly essential that religion be methodically replaced with militant atheism. One of their writers declared, Atheism is a natural and inseparable part of Marxism. Consequently, a class-conscious Marxist party must carry on propaganda in favor of atheism. 12. In one of their youth magazines, the following instruction appeared. If a communist youth believes in God and goes to church, he fails to fulfill his duties. This means that he has not yet rid himself of a religious superstition and has not yet become a fully conscious person. 13. The communists have written volumes against religion, but this is sufficient to demonstrate that atheism and the rejection of all religions is a very important part of the communist program. Can communist beliefs hurt us? So there you have the 4 major premises of communism. Some people will say, well, if that's what it takes to make a communist, so what? What they believe cannot hurt me. Such attitudes have practically been our undoing. These beliefs can hurt us. For example, let me tell you briefly of an important event which occurred toward the conclusion of World War II. This incident began in June 1943, when a young Russian by the name of Igor Gousenko arrived by plane in Ottawa, Canada. He was immediately assigned to the military attaché of the Russian embassy as a cipher clerk. This was the first time Igor Gousenko had ever been outside of Russia. He later wrote, I was surprised during the first days by the complete freedom of the individual which exists in Canada, but which does not exist in Russia. 14. He observed that even during wartime, the people enjoyed comparative freedom, that they were a happy people, and that the government served the people rather than vice versa. He vicariously enjoyed their freedom just by watching them. As he himself said, I saw the evidence of what a free people can do. What the Canadian people have accomplished and are accomplishing here under conditions of complete freedom, the Russian people, under the conditions of the Soviet regime of violence and suppression of all freedom, cannot accomplish even at the cost of tremendous sacrifices, blood, and tears. 15. He was impressed by the vast quantities of goods that were on sale in the stores, and he was amazed to find they could be purchased by anyone. He was impressed by the lack of fear and the lack of chaos, which the Russian propaganda machine claimed existed. Most impressive of all was the way democracy worked. He said, the last elections which took place recently in Canada especially surprised me. In comparison with them, the system of elections in Russia appears as a mockery of the conceptions of free elections. What puzzled Gousenko most? But while Igor Gousenko was working for the military attaché of the Soviet embassy, he noticed something else. He observed that contact was being made with top Canadian scientists and sometimes with important Canadian officials. Often they were actually cooperating in furnishing highly secret government data to the communist military agents. Gousenko was further puzzled by the fact that he knew these important officials and scientists were aware that the ultimate aim of the communists was a worldwide revolution which would destroy the Canadian government as well as all others. After watching these developments for a period of 2 years, Igor Gousenko decided that he would warn the Canadian people of what was happening. Already he had made up his mind that he would never go back to Russia and raise his own child the way he had been raised. He told his wife that he intended to leave the Russian embassy and warn the Canadian government of the espionage network in its midst. To prove his story, he secreted a lot of espionage documents in his clothing and then went to the Canadian officials. He thought, of course, that he would be welcomed with open arms, that the Canadians would be delighted to have the inside story. But as he watched the expressionless face of the first person he contacted, Gousenko realized he had exposed himself to great danger. The man did not believe him. Only at the last moment, when Gousenko was actually in danger of being recaptured by the Russian NKVD, did it finally dawn on some of the officials that perhaps this Soviet code clerk story might be true. He was therefore immediately taken into protective custody so he could tell his story to the world. Treason in high places. The Canadians wondered if the people named by Gousenko actually would collaborate with a potential enemy. The list included such men as Dr. Raymond Boyer, wealthy faculty member of McGill University, who was a senior supervisor in the National Research Council and co-inventor of the explosive RDX in World War II. Eric Adams, graduate of McGill and Harvard, serving in a top position in the Industrial Development Bank. Israel Halperin, professor of mathematics at Queen's University in Ontario and doing highly technical research for the Directorate of Artillery. David Gordon Lunin, editor of Canadian Affairs. Dr. David Sugar, employed by Research Enterprises Limited, doing advanced research on radar. Harold Gerson, holding a top administrative position in the Allied War Supply. F.W. Poland, an officer in the Directorate of Intelligence of the Royal Canadian Air Force. And there was Kathleen Mary Wilshire, who held a confidential position with the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom. In Canada, these and other persons on the list were promptly arrested and investigated by a Royal Canadian Commission. This commission later reported, "Perhaps the most startling single aspect of the entire fifth column network is the uncanny success with which the Soviet agents were able to find Canadians who were willing to betray their country and to supply to agents of a foreign power secret information to which they had access, in spite of oaths of allegiance, oaths of office, and oaths of secrecy which they had taken." 17. What the Royal Commission wanted to know was why these high Canadian officials would deliberately turn against the interest of their native land. They asked these people if they had been bribed, and one of them replied, "If they had offered me money, I would have been insulted." When the Commission inquired into the background of these people, they found they were casualties in the ideological war which is being waged between the materialists and the free world. These people had been raised in freedom. They had gone to Canadian and American schools, yet, when asked why they collaborated with the Soviet agents, one of them made a typical reply, "I thought I was helping humanity." How were these men and women, raised in a free world, converted by communist agents to believe that if they collaborated they would be helping humanity? Supposing you were a scientist and one of these agents came to you. How would you react? Supposing he said, "My friend, you know that there is no divine intelligence guiding the human race. You know there is no providential destiny for humanity. You know that if superior intelligences like yourself do not help us gain control of the human race, it will destroy itself." Can you even imagine yourself giving this reply? I must confess that, in my heart of hearts, I do not believe that there is any God or divine intelligence guiding the human race. Therefore, I suppose I should feel it my duty as one of the superior intelligences of my generation, and for the salve of humanity, to collaborate with your movement which is destined to take over and save the race from itself. This was not only typical of the statements which many of the Soviet-converted Canadians admitted making, but they verified their complete devotion to such ideas by deliberately engaging in subversive activities against their own country. The secret weapon of communism. Now what do we deduct from this? Simply that these people were homegrown materialists. As Igor Gazenko pointed out, there is a defect in your culture when your own people can grow up in your midst without gaining on appreciation of the difference between freedom and slavery, between idealism and atheism, between faith and doubt, or between order and chaos. Somehow we failed to provide these people with the necessary ammunition to protect them in that critical moment when they were contacted by the agents of a foreign ideology. And we should be quick to recognize that if our culture and system of education is producing materialists, then this is the greatest secret weapon the communists possess. This means that we can spend $2 billion developing the atomic bomb, and the communists can sit back and wait until we have succeeded. Then, they can drain off the information from some of our top security personnel. In fact, that is exactly what they did. The greatest mistake that is being made in the free world today is the fact that we are mixing iron and clay. We are fighting for freedom but allowing some of our boys and girls to grow up believing in things which turn out to be basic communistic concepts. Materialism is not Americanism but communism. Every time we produce a boy or girl who is trained to believe that the universe is the product of accumulated accident, that human beings are only graduate beasts, that there is no such thing as innate right or wrong, or that deep spiritual convictions are old-fashioned and unnecessary, then we have caused a casualty among our own ranks in the field of ideological warfare. Without his ever knowing it, a young American is thereby trained to be a potential Red ally. This is indeed the great secret weapon of communism. Homemade materialism. Now where does an American boy or girl pick up the teachings of materialism? I think I can answer part of that question from a personal experience in an American institution of learning. I was in my second year, a sophomore, and was taking my first course in philosophy. One morning the professor said, "Now you young people are sufficiently mature so that your minds should be cleansed from the barnacles of superstition which probably accumulated during your youth. When you were children, you were told about Santa Claus. Now you know the truth about Santa Claus. When you were children, you were told about the stork. Now you know the truth about that." He then stated that he was about to clarify our thinking in another field which had been cluttered up with childhood fairy tales. "Today," he said, I will tell you where the ideas about God came from and also about religion. All of us sat back to absorb the gems of knowledge we were about to receive. Now in the beginning, said the professor, men worshipped things which they created with their own hands. It was called idolatry. Later, men imagined that there were a great many unseen gods, a god of war, a god of love, a god of rain, etc., and all these gods required sacrifices in order to keep them happy. Otherwise, they showed forth their wrath. Therefore, they were frequently called gods of vengeance. The professor then stated that the Bible is an excellent history of the evolution of religion. He said that it is clear from Bible study that the practice of idolatry prevailed among ancient peoples, and that the Hebrews finally rose above it to worship Jehovah as a God of vengeance. He said the people of Israel made sacrifices to Jehovah to keep him happy. Then, he said, Jesus came along and declared that God was a God of love, possessing the attributes of all the Platonic ultimates. Jesus taught that God was kind, just, and forgiving. He taught the higher concepts of the Beatitudes, the Sermon on the Mount, and the Golden Rule. Now, he continued, this is the God men worship today, a God of love as taught by Jesus. And it is good to go to church and worship this concept of God because it elevates the mind and stimulates the higher senses. But, he continued emphatically, I want you young people to remember this. The idea of God is exactly like other human creations, like a great symphony someone has written or a great poem. You don't have to fear God because we made him up. The professor finished by saying, there is nothing watching over you, answering your prayers, or directing the human race towards some divine destiny. You young people are on your own. As the lecture concluded, I looked around at my fellow classmates. On the faces of some, there seemed to be an expression of considerable relief. It was as though they were saying, well, what do you know? Nobody's watching me after all. So that's what God is, something we made up, like a great symphony. Conversation between a student and a professor. After the class, I went to the professor and said, Doctor, have you ever had an opportunity to read the Old Testament? Well, chuckled the professor, only parts of it. I never had time to read all of it. But I studied the history and philosophy of the Bible under a well-known authority. The following conversation then took place between the student and the professor. The student told the professor that when he read the Bible, he did not find the story in it which the professor said was there. The professor looked puzzled. What do you mean? What story isn't there? Well, said the student, the story that religion started out as idolatry evolved to the worshipping of a God of vengeance, and then culminated in the worshipping of a God of love, as taught by Jesus. Tell me, asked the professor, what did you find in the Bible? The student said that as far as he was able to determine the nature and identity of God had been taught to men from the very beginning. He said he thought the Bible taught that God had raised up prophets and special witnesses from earliest times, and these were each given a scientific experience so that they would know for themselves the nature of God and be able to teach it to the people. Then he continued, the second thing I understood the Bible taught is that in the beginning God revealed a pattern for happy living which we call religion. He taught us not to steal, not to lie, not to cheat, to serve our fellow men, to remain morally clean. Finally, he concluded, I thought the Bible said idolatry and heathen religious practices were set up to compete with revealed religion because a large percentage of the people refused to subscribe to the things God had revealed. I thought it said man-made religion came long after God had revealed his will to man and that idolatry was a substitute and degenerate form of worship sponsored by men who reveled in the violation of God's commandments. The professor looked down at his desk for a moment and then said, I am afraid you are a little naive. Religion was not revealed. It evolved. Certainly you will have to admit that Jehovah was a typical God of vengeance, who made the people offer sacrifices to keep him happy. That is another thing, the student replied. The Bible does not say that the sacrifices in the Old Testament were to make God happy. It says that they were for the benefit of the people, a teaching device. Or, as Paul says, they were a schoolmaster. It says that God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and that he was as much a God of love in the Old Testament as he was in the New Testament. I'm afraid I will have to challenge that, said the professor. I think every authority would have to agree that sacrifices in the Old Testament were simply to make Jehovah happy. The student asked, "Would you like to hear what Jehovah himself said about sacrifices and what they represented in the Old Testament?" The professor agreed, so a copy of the Bible was secured from the library. It was opened to the first chapter of Isaiah, and the professor and student read the following verses together. The Bible provides its own rebuttal. "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams, and the fat of fed beasts. I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs, or of he-goats. Bring me no more vain oblations." If these sacrifices were not successful in making better people, then they apparently were in vain, commented the student. "When ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yea, when you make your many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood." Then the student asked the professor if he thought the next 2 or 3 verses reflected the personality of a so-called God of vengeance or a God of love. "Wash you, make you clean. Put away the evil of your doing from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do well. Seek judgment. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless. Plead for the widow. Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If ye are willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land." Isaiah 1 verses 11 to 19. The professor was silent for a moment, and so the sophomore gained the courage to ask the final, crucial question. "Professor, am I wrong in concluding that these passages reflect the same spirit as the Beatitudes, the Sermon on the Mount, and the Golden Rule? Am I wrong in concluding that God has always been a God of love?" The professor took the Bible, placed a card in the first chapter of Isaiah, and said, "Have the librarian transfer this book to me." The student appreciated his professor's willingness to reevaluate what he had been teaching. And he also appreciated something else: a mother and father, Sunday school teachers, and others who had encouraged him to get acquainted with the Bible. They did not tell him what he had to believe out of the Bible. They just wanted him to get acquainted with it. He was glad that he had read it sufficiently so that when someone misrepresented what it said, he was able to draw his own conclusions. Sometimes students puzzle parents. Now students who come home from a lecture, such as the one I have just described, are frequently an enigma to their parents. A boy may come home from a philosophy class, sit down to dinner with his family and say, "Dad, are we monoists or dualists?" His father is likely to look quizzically at the boy and say, "Son, eat your soup." Frequently, parents are unaware that their son or daughter may be coming to grips with important philosophical problems. Of course, some parents are deeply confused themselves about the fundamental values of life, and therefore they find it difficult to give much assistance to their children when they first meet the challenge of materialism. I think my professor was sincere. He was teaching what he had been taught. He was teaching materialism because he had come to believe it was true. I am sure he would have been shocked if someone had told him that in the process of teaching materialism, he was also laying the foundation for one of the most important concepts in communism. If George Washington had been sitting in that class, he would have said, "Professor, I think you are wrong." Jefferson would have said, "You are wrong." And Lincoln would have said, "You are wrong." Those men established this country on the premise that there is a divine intelligence guiding human destiny, a God in whom we can trust. They believed the Bible and the testimony of the witnesses who said that if we follow the principles taught by the prophets, we would find happiness in them. The Founding Fathers had such great confidence in the way of life described in the Scriptures that they built the framework of the American government and the principles for happy living which it guarantees on the precepts and teachings of the Bible. What about atomic bomb security? The disclosures of Igor Gouzenko in the Canadian spy case taught us that freedom is not ensured by atomic bombs alone. As long as we are teaching materialism to our boys and girls, we stand in danger of having them grow up to be vulnerable targets in the East-West war of ideologies. I have already quoted to you a statement by the former Commissioner of Education in the Soviet Union indicating that they despise Christian principles because Christian love is an obstacle to the development of the revolution. In fact, the communist leaders have indicated time and again that our greatest strength in resisting their efforts to conquer our minds with dialectical materialism is our belief and understanding of the Judaic-Christian code. About 3 years ago, I was invited to speak to a convention on the West Coast. During the discussion, it was pointed out that one of the things which the followers of Marx despise about the American culture is the Judaic-Christian code. So I asked the members of the convention, what is this thing we have which frightens communists? Someone tell us what the Judaic-Christian code contains. There was a long pause. No one wanted to suggest a definition for this part of America's strength. Finally, an elderly gentleman in the back of the auditorium raised his hand. Well, he said, I'm not sure I know what the Judaic-Christian code is, but I do know this. If they're scared of it, I'm for it. Would the 10 Commandments frighten a communist? In this brief discussion, there is not sufficient time to treat the entire Judaic-Christian code, but perhaps we can cover part of it. The Judaic code, for example, is built primarily around the 10 Commandments. Let us discuss each one of them briefly and see if we discover what they're about them that would frighten a communist. In the first commandment, God simply asks mankind to recognize him as the creator and master architect of the universe. He wants us to understand that the remarkable planet on which we live is not the result of accumulated accident. The pleasant environment which we enjoy is not the product of fortuitous happenstance, nor is it the result of ceaseless motion among the forces of nature. He wants us to know that all of this is a product of design and careful engineering, that it is built on a system of law and order, that he rules in the heavens, and that all things are moving toward purposeful goals. In the second commandment, God requires that we shall not create or worship false gods. When he has revealed his identity and purposes to mankind, these teachings are not to be perverted, distorted, or changed. As we have already mentioned, the dialectical materialists not only tried to destroy worship of the Almighty, but they replaced the one true God with a false God. As one of them said, the turning point of history will be when man becomes aware that the only God of man is man himself. 18. The history of the dialectical materialists will reveal that they follow the ancient pagan practice of worshiping one another. Who has seen God? Now, the communist says, if there is a God, show him to me. Have you seen God? Has your brother, your sister? It is interesting to find that some of the early communist leaders actually went forth in search of God, but their biographies reveal that they went forth with a blowtorch in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. They were men who defied the Almighty to keep himself hidden from their all-searching scrutiny, and when they failed in their search, they returned savagely angry, convinced that since they did not find God, it proved that there just was not any God to find. To all of this, the Bible gives an answer. It may be found in the 19th chapter of Exodus. There God points out to Moses that it is not difficult for him to appear before men, but it is difficult for men to be able to stand it. He points out that only certain ones have been sufficiently prepared so that he can bring them into his presence. He told Moses that if men were not adequately prepared, the impact of the experience would destroy them. Moses attempted to prepare the people of Israel so they could enjoy the great scientific experience which he had already received, but their preparation was insufficient. The Lord said, Go down, charge the people lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. 19. Later on, however, some were actually allowed to ascend Mount Sinai and gaze. In fact, the Lord authorized Moses to bring up Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel to behold the glory of his person. These 73 men were not only allowed to enjoy this remarkable experience, but there is a record of what they saw. 20. From generation to generation, similar witnesses have been raised up. In fact, the Apostle John predicted that eventually every man who ever lived will see his Creator and stand in his presence to be judged by him. 21. Now you can see that the first 2 commandments are a direct contradiction of the first major premise of communism. The communist says that the universe is a product of chaos and accident. In the Judaic code, God taught that it is a product of careful design, that he is the designer, and he should be acknowledged as such, that we should not attribute these achievements to false forces or false gods. How important is an oath? The third commandment says, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Many people have thought that this merely means that the name of God should not be used in profanity, but this is not what frightens the materialist. There is a far deeper meaning in this commandment. For example, the sanctity of the judicial oath of the United States of America is circumscribed by this third commandment in the Judaic code. When a man stands in a courtroom or appears before a congressional committee and says, "I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God," he is under the injunction of the Almighty that the name of God is not to be taken in vain. The American founding fathers believed that we should hold these oaths and covenants sacred and conscientiously fulfill them, or the judgment of the Almighty would hold us responsible. Honoring every oath taken in the name of God is a source of great strength to the American pattern of free government, and communists have learned that if they take this oath in vain, there is a serious penalty attached to it for perjury. However, even among loyal Americans, I fear the name of God is taken in vain far too often. I believe, and I feel sure you would agree, that if each man honored every sacred promise made in the name of deity, our courts would provide 100 times more justice, our business life would be a great deal more honest, and the administration of public affairs would be more efficient. The fourth commandment. The fourth commandment says we shall perform all necessary labors during 6 days of the week, but the seventh shall be set aside for attending church, serving our fellow men in need, and studying the Word of God. These are the things which make the Sabbath day a holy day. We may not appreciate it, but the followers of Marx know that it is the institution of Sabbath day worship which keeps the Hebrew and Christian cultures healthy. Therefore, one of the first things the Marxian materialists did when they came into power was to abolish the observance of the Sabbath day. But the effectiveness of the Sabbath can also be lost by just simply changing it from a holy day to a holiday. By adopting the ancient heathen practice of using the Sabbath exclusively for hunting, fishing, feasting, and entertaining, we completely nullify its design and purpose. The Lord might well say, "I want you to remember this. In the world today I have old people, I have sick people, I have lonely people and poor people. My whole system depends upon your ministering to one another, and inasmuch as you do it unto the least of these, you do it unto me. This is my method, this is my pattern, and this is my program. I could send angels, but I do not. I send you." This should always be a part of the American way of life, but frequently we are too busy. We forget the sick and fail to visit our neighbors. We only go to the hospital when it is the boss's wife who is sick. To that extent, the American way of life is destroyed, because it ignores the pattern for happy living on which the American social order was originally built. A vacuum in the training of youth. And because of our failure to reserve any part of the Sabbath to study the Word of God, we are rapidly becoming a nation of ignorant Christians. We know so little about the evidence which has been recorded from generation to generation that many have no real basis for their beliefs. Somebody picks up a Bible, holds it aloft, and says, "Fairy tales." Then we are surprised when some of our young people who know very little about the Bible say, "Oh, is that so? 3 bears stuff, eh?" And the man says, "Sure, something people made up." Or a boy who has been raised in a Christian home but is entirely unfamiliar with the proof found in the Bible comes back from school some evening completely confused. At family devotions, his father asks him to say grace, and he says, "No, Dad, I don't want to." Later, his father talks to him and says, "Son, what's the matter? What's happened?" And the boy may reply, "Well, Dad, I don't like to pray to something we made up, something like a piece of music or a poem. I just found out that we made God up." It is really quite a simple thing to destroy the beliefs of a boy or girl when they are not supported by knowledge of the evidence which proves the validity of such beliefs. Are elderly people important? The fifth commandment was designed by God to sustain the integrity of the family. In it the Lord commanded, "Honor thy father and thy mother." Life is a strange combination of circumstances. When children are tiny, helpless, and dependent, their parents are in a position to give them love or abuse, nourishment or neglect, depending upon their inclinations. In later years, those same parents may feel the ravages of time and become as little children themselves. Then it is their offspring who are in a position to love or neglect, depending upon their inclinations. So, God was wise. He counseled children to honor their parents and parents to honor their children. Each in their time is dependent upon the other. Strong family solidarity is part of our religious strength and part of our national strength, but it is despised by the materialist. Marx and Engels wrote in their manifesto that they stood for the abolition of the family. Immediately after the revolution, Lenin attempted to wipe out the family pattern of life, but social disease and social disorder forced the regime to reverse itself. What about communist purges? The sixth commandment says, "Thou shalt not kill." The Mosaic Code made the sanctity of human life extremely important. That is why a person who believes and practices the Judaic-Christian code does not make a good communist. He will not kill on command. He cannot believe that a cause is just which depends upon blood purges, concentration camps, and cruel exploitation of human life for its existence. This explains why we have such statements as this from Joseph Stalin. Have we suppressed the reactionary clergy? Yes, we have. The unfortunate thing is that it has not been completely liquidated. Anti-religious propaganda is a means by which the complete liquidation of the reactionary clergy must be brought about. Cases occur when certain members of the party hamper the complete development of anti-religious propaganda. If such members are expelled, it is a good thing, because there is no room for such communists in the ranks of the party. 22. Significance of marital integrity. The seventh commandment says, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." Fundamentally, the strength of the American home is rooted in an exchange of confidence between a mother and father, between parents and children. God might well say to us, "I give you nothing except that which is for your ultimate happiness. My commandments are not to take away happiness, but to preserve it." I want you to be able to be honest with each other in your marriage covenants. If you want a happy family, if you want to share complete confidence with your mate, then thou shalt not commit adultery. And moral integrity does not begin with marriage. It finds its strength in careful self-discipline over the years. When two young people come to the marriage altar, I do not personally know of any greater insurance for a life of happiness and trust than for each of them to be able to say in their hearts as they kneel together, "Even before I knew you, I honored you and kept myself circumspect for you." As a law enforcement officer, I learned that when young people approach marriage with this spirit of devotion and personal discipline, then purity, peace, and happy families are usually the result. The thief and the character assassin. The eighth commandment says, "Thou shalt not steal." The communist commandment says, "Thou shalt not get caught stealing." The ninth commandment says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." Igor Gazenko stated that the national pastime in his native land is tearing down the man just above you, so you can take his place after he is discredited and gone. In our country, we have a few people like that, but it is not the American way. One of the favorite communist tricks is character assassination. American boys and girls should be taught that when they work for a man, they should try and be loyal to him. Surely he is just a human being, and he will have his faults, but he should be supported in every good thing he is trying to do. This is what builds communities. It builds industry. It builds schools. It builds a nation. The sanctity of work. Then last of all, we come to the 10th commandment, which says we should gain wealth through our own industry. If we see a house, a car, or something else which another man owns, we are not supposed to sit down and try to figure out how we can cheat him out of them. That is what God calls coveting our neighbor's goods. Instead, we should go out and work for the things we desire. To desire good things and work for them is not a sin, but to acquire them by cheating or extorting them from a neighbor is. While God says to respect the property of others, the materialists have taught for over a century that the object of human existence is the acquisition of loot and power, that Tim Strong man should never be content, never be satisfied. Whatever good thing the other man has, he should want it and strive to obtain it. The gaining of spoils, the accumulation of others' wealth, and the concentration of power has been their constant goal. The Christian Code. Last of all, may I say just a few words about the Christian Code. Here are additional principles which, if understood and practiced, prevent a person from being a good communist. As I go down the list, see if you can determine why the former Soviet Commissioner of Education would say, "We hate Christians and Christianity." Here are a number of concepts typical of the teachings of Jesus. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Point 23. Blessed are the peacemakers. Point 24. It is better to give than to receive. Point 25. Do not hate your enemies, but do good unto them. Point 26. Be as humble and teachable as a little child. Point 27. Be wise, aggressive, and alert to promote good and preserve peace. Point 28. Perfect yourself by overcoming personal weaknesses. Point 29. Follow the commandments of God to increase the value of your life and blot out the scars of past mistakes. Point 30. The greatest happiness comes through the greatest service. Point 31. Do good secretly, and God, who seeth in secret, will reward you openly. Point 32. Christianity also teaches that we are responsible to God for our daily conduct, even for our thoughts. Point 33. It also teaches the reality of human immortality and the resurrection. We are given the scientific declaration of Paul, Peter, Mary Magdalene, the 11 apostles, and 500 members of the church who saw the resurrected Christ. It is good to know that after we pass from this life, we too will eventually receive a perfected physical embodiment. In his teachings, Jesus affirmed what the prophets had taught, that beyond this life we will launch forward into another great pattern of existence. He taught that our next estate has been carefully engineered and will allow us a great variety of new experiences as we pass upward along the endless corridors of the future. Like the Judaic code, these Christian principles give great strength to any free people. It is not difficult to understand why communists seek to discredit these concepts. On the other hand, if we teach our children that there is no God, that men are only graduate beasts, that the end justifies the means, and that religious convictions are not scientific, then we will hear a resounding amen from across the ocean. A new dynamic trend in education. In closing, let me say that I have never had a more thrilling experience than that which has come to me during the past year and a half, while serving on the faculty of Brigham Young University. I have been permitted to participate in a pattern of education where several thousand students are being taught citizenship along with their scholarship, where science, philosophy, and religion all find their proper places in the personalities of these boys and girls. I get a great satisfaction watching these young people crossing the campus, loaded down with their textbooks, chemistry, physics, fine art, geology, sociology, history, economics, political science, and mixed in among those textbooks you will generally find a copy of the Bible. A great variety of religious subjects is offered to the student, and he may choose those in which he has the most interest. Across the country, many universities are building chapels and emphasizing religious participation. They are doing it because there is an increased appreciation that this is a most important part of the American ideal and the source for much of our strength. Each Tuesday on the BYU campus, approximately 5,000 students voluntarily attend the weekly devotional where they have a chance to catch the inspiration of some of the finest religious leaders in the nation. If the challenge to our youth today is a war of ideologies, then it is time for us to take the offensive. We should not sit back and wait for our boys and girls to be indoctrinated with materialistic dogma and thereby make themselves vulnerable to a communist conversion when they are approached by the agents of force and fear who come from across the sea. For 2 generations, an important phase of American life has been disintegrating. As parents and teachers, we need to recognize that if this pillar of our culture collapses, our own children will be the casualties. This disintegration must stop. George Washington knew what makes us strong. Jefferson knew, Lincoln knew, this nation, under God, cannot fail. Of course, we must do more than merely teach correct principles. Certainly, we must practice them. I therefore close with the words of Francis Bacon, who said, "It is not what you eat, but what you digest that makes you strong. It is not what you earn, but what you save that makes you rich. It is not what you preach, but what you practice that makes you a Christian." 1. V.I. Lenin, Religion, page 14. 2. William Z. Foster, Towards Soviet America, page 316. 3. Congressional Record, volume 77, pages 1539 to 1540. 4. Revue de Deux Mondes, 1834, volume 4, page 408. 5. Quoted in Atheist Humanist, by Henri de Lubac, page 20. 6. Quoted in Atheist Humanist, by Henri de Lubac, page 10. 7. Quoted in Atheist Humanist, by Henri de Lubac, page 26. 8. Quoted in Atheist Humanist, by Henri de Lubac, page 25. 9. Quoted in Atheist Humanist, by Henri de Lubac, pages 23 to 24. 10. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, volume 9, pages 477 to 478. 11. Earl Browder, Communism in the United States, page 339. 12. E. Yaroslavsky, Religion in the USSR, page 53. 13. Young Bolshevik, numbers 5 to 6, 1946, p. 56. 14. Report of the Royal Commission, page 638. 15. Report of the Royal Commission, page 639. 16. Report of the Royal Commission, page 639. 17. Report of the Royal Commission, page 56. 18. Henri de Lubac, Atheist Humanism, page 20. 19. Exodus 19 verse 21. 20. Exodus 24 verses 9 to 10. 21. Revelation 20 verse 12. 22. Joseph Stalin, Leninism, Volume 1, page 387. 23. Matthew 7 verse 12. 24. Matthew 5 verse 9. 25. Acts 20 verse 35. 26. Matthew 5 verse 44. 27. Matthew 18 verse 4. 28. Matthew 10 verse 16. 29. Matthew 5 verse 48. 30. Luke 24 verse 47. Acts 2 verse 38. 31. Luke 10 verses 29 to 37. 32. Matthew 6 verse 4. 33. Galatians 6 verse 7. Matthew 5 verse 28. Bibliography. Adler, M. What Man Has Made of Man, Longmans Green, New York, 1934. Adaratsky, V. Dialectical Materialism, M. Lawrence, London, 1934. Aveling, E. The Student's Marks, Charles Scribner's Sons, New York, 1902. Beseshes, N. Stalin, E. P. Dutton Company, New York, 1952. Barbusse, H. Stalin, John Lane Company, London, 1935. Beer, M. The Life and Teachings of Marx, Parsons Company, London, 1921. Belloc, H. The Restoration of Property, Sheed and Ward, New York, 1936. Belayev, M. Evolution, State Pub House, Moscow, 1934. Bentley, Elizabeth, Out of Bondage, The Devonadaire Company, New York, 1951. Berdyaev, N. The Russian Revolution, Sheed and Ward, New York, 1933. Bivort, J. Communism and Anti-Religion, Burns, Oates and Washburn, London, 1938. Blodgett, Ralph H. Comparative Economic Systems, Macmillan Company, New York, 1949. Bober, M. Karl Marx's Interpretation of History, Harvard University Press, Cambridge, 1927. Bombard, E. Karl Marx and the Close of His System, T. Union Company, London, 1898. Boudin, L. The Theoretical System of Karl Marx, Charles H. Kerr Company, Chicago, 1907. Bromeld, T. A Philosophic Approach to Communism, University of Chicago Press, Chicago, 1933. Briefs, G. The Proletariat, McGraw-Hill, New York, 1938. Browder, E. What is Communism? Workers' Library Publishers, New York, 1936. Bukharin, N. The ABC of Communism, Communist Party Press, London, 1922. Bukharin, N. Historical Materialism, International Publishers, New York, 1925. Burnham, James, The Web of Subversion, John Day Company, New York, 1954. Burns, E. A Handbook of Marxism, Gollancz, London, 1935. Burns, James F. Speaking Frankly, Harper's, New York, 1947. Carr, E. Karl Marx, Dent and Sons, London, 1934. Carr, E. Michael Bakunin, Macmillan Company, London, 1937. Chamberlain, The Russian Revolution, Macmillan Company, New York, 1935. Chamberlain, Soviet Russia, Little, Brown and Company, Boston, 1935. Chambers, Whitaker, Witness, Random House, New York, 1952. Chong, S. The Marxian Theory of the State, University of Pennsylvania Press, Philadelphia, 1931. Cole, G. What Marx Really Means, Alfred A. Knopf, N.Y. 1934. Constitution of the USSR, International Publishers, New York, 1936. Kahns, E. Dialectical Materialism, and CLC Society, London, 1936. Cooper, R. The Logical Influence of Hegel on Marx, Washington University Press, Seattle, 1925. Croce, B. Historical Materialism and the Economics of Marx, Macmillan, New York, 1914. Dobb, M. On Marxism Today, Hogarth Press, London, 1932. Eastman, M. Marx, Lenin, and the Science of Revolution, Allen and Unwin, London, 1926. Eddy, G. The Meaning of Marx, A Symposium, Farrar and Reinhardt, New York, 1934. Elwood, C. Marx's Economic Determinism in the Light of Modern Psychology, American Journal of Sociology, Volume 17, 1911, pages 35 to 46. Engels, F. Marx Engels, Historisch-kritisch Tausgabe, edited by D. Rjazanov. 9 volumes Frankfurt, 1927 to 1932. Engels, F. Marx Engels, Selected Correspondence, M. Lawrence, London, 1934. Engels, F. Ludwig Feuerbach, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Engels, F. Herdering's Revolution in Science, Anti-Düring, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Engels, F. Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Engels, F. On Capital, International Publishers, New York, 1937. Engels, F. Die Heilige Family, Reiten, Frankfurt, 1845. Engels, F. The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, Charles H. Kerr Company, Chicago, 1902. Foster, William Z. Towards Soviet America, International Publishers, New York, 1932. Fox, R. Lenin, Gollancz, London, 1933. Freehoff, S. Marx, Freud and Einstein, Argus Company, Chicago, 1933. Goldendak, D. Karl Marx, Man and Thinker, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Goldendak, D. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Graham, S. Stalin, E. Bin Company, London, 1931. Gutjan, W. Bolshevism, Its Theory and Practice, Sheed and Ward, London, 1932. Gurian, W. The Future of Bolshevism, Sheed and Ward, N.Y., 1936. Gutin, W. The Rise and Decline of Marxism, Burns, Ogres, and Washburn, London, 1938. Halm, George N. Economic Systems, Reinhardt and Company, New York, 1951. Hanschild, H. History and Class War, Arena, December 1937, pages 187 to 194. Harper, S. The Government of the Soviet Union, Van Nostrand Company, New York, 1938. Hawkins, D. Dialectical Materialism, Arena, December 1937, pages 167 to 175. Hernshaw, F. A Survey of Socialism, Macmillan, London, 1929. Hecker, J. Religion Under the Soviets, Vanguard Press, N.Y., 1927. Hecker, J. The Communist Answer to the World's Needs, Chapman and Hall, London, 1935. Hecker, J. Communism and Religion, Chapman and Hall, London, 1933. Herbigny, M. Militant Atheism, Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge, London, 1934. Hilmudi, The Letters of Lenin, Chapman and Hall, London, 1937. Hook, S. From Hegel to Marx, Modern Quarterly, Volume 6, 1932. Hook, S. From Hegel to Marx, and Dialectical Materialism, Journal of Philosophy, Volume 25, 1928. Hook, S. Towards an Understanding of Karl Marx, John Day Company, New York, 1933. Haima, A. Christianity, Capitalism and Communism, published by Author and Arbor, 1938. Jackson, T. Dialectics, The Logic of Marxism, M. Lawrence Company, London, 1936. Jordan, George Racy, from Major Jordan's Diaries, Harcourt, Brace and Company, New York, 1952. Joseph, H. The Labor Theory of Value in Karl Marx, Oxford University Press, London, 1923. Kautsky, K. Ethics and the Materialist Conception of History, Charles H. Kerr, Chicago, 1907. Kautsky, K. The Economic Doctrines of Karl Marx, Black Company, London, 1925. Kolografov, L. God, Man in the Universe, Coldwell Company, London, 1937. Krivitsky, W. G. In Stalin's Secret Service, Harper Brothers, New York, 1939. Lapira, Giorgio, The Philosophy of Communism, Fordham University Press, New York, 1952. Lasky, H. Communism, T. Butterworth Company, London, 1935. Lasky, H. Karl Marx, League for Industrial Democracy, New York, 1933. Lenin, V. Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Lenin, V. The Foundation of the Communist International, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. The Deception of the People, M. Lorne, London, 1935. Lenin, V. The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. The Teachings of Karl Marx, International Publishers, New York, 1930. Lenin, V. Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Lenin, V. The Revolution of 1905, International Publishers, New York, 1931. Lenin, V. On Britain, M. Lawrence Company, London, 1934. Lenin, V. The Paris Commune, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. Marx, Engels, Marxism, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Lenin, V. The Jewish Question, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. A Letter to American Workers, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. The Speeches of Lenin, International Publishers, New York, 1928. Lenin, V. The Letters of Lenin, edited by Hill Moody, Chapman Hall, London, 1937. Lenin, V. The State and Revolution, International Publishers, New York, 1932. Lenin, V. Left-Wing Communism, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. Imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism, International Publishers, New York, 1933. Lenin, V. Toward the Seizure of Power, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Lenin, V. The Iskra Period, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Lenin, V. The Imperialist War, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Lenin, V. The Revolution of 1917, International Publishers, New York, 1927. Lenin, V. The Struggle for the Bolshevik Party, 1900 to 1904, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. The Prerequisites for the First Russian Revolution, 1894 to 1899, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. From the Bourgeois to the Proletarian Revolution, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. The Russian Revolution, International Publishers, New York, 1938. Lenin, V. After the Seizure of Power, 1917 to 1920, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. The Period of War Communism, 1918 to 1920, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Lenin, V. Religion, International Publishers, New York, 1933. Levy, H. Aspects of Dialectical Materialism, Watson Company, London, 1935. Lindsay A. Karl Marx's Capital, Oxford University Press, London, 1925. Lippmann W. The Good Society, Little, Brown and Company, Boston, 1937. Loria A. Karl Marx, T. Seltzer Company, New York, 1920. Maritang J. Freedom in the Modern World, Charles Scribner's Sons, New York, 1936. Marx K. Marx Engels, Historisch-Kritisches Tausgabe, edited by D. Rjazanov. 9 volumes, Frankfurt, 1927–1932. Marx K. Aus dem literarischen Nachlass von Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, edited by F. Mehring. 3 volumes, Stuttgart, 1902. Marx K. Der Briefwechsel zwischen Friedrich Engels und Karl Marx, 1844–1883, edited by Bebel and Bernstein. 4 volumes, Dent and Sons, London, 1930. Marx K. A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, International Publishers, New York, 1904. Marx K. Critique of the Gotha Program, International Publishers, New York, 1933. Marx K. Letters of Dr. Kugelmann, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Marx K. Selected Essays, International Publishers, New York, 1926. Marx K. The Poverty of Philosophy, International Publishers, New York, 1936. Marx K. Marx Engels, Selected Correspondence, M. Lawrence Company, 1934. Marx K. The Communist Manifesto, with Engels, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Marx K. Class Struggles in France, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Marx K. The Civil War in France, International Publishers, New York, 1937. Marx K. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Marx K. Wage, Labor, Capital, Value, Price, Profit, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Marx Karl, Capital, Random House, New York, 1932. McFadden, Charles J. The Philosophy of Communism, Binziger Brothers, New York, 1939. Mehring, F. Karl Marx, John Lane Company, London, 1936. Murray J. The Necessity of Communism, T. Seltzer Company, New York, 1933. Nikolaevsky, N. Karl Marx, J. B. Lippincott Company, Philadelphia, 1936. Algiati, F. Carlo Marx, Milan, 1922. Osbert, R. Freud and Marx, A Dialectical Study, Gollancz, London, 1937. Parse, L. Economic Determinism, Charles H. Kerr and Company, Chicago, 1913. Perchik, L. Karl Marx, International Publishers, N.Y. 1934. Peterson, A. Karl Marx and Marxism, Labor News Company, New York, 1933. Postgate, R. Karl Marx, H. Hamilton Company, London, 1933. Prenant, M. Biology and Marxism, International Publishers, New York, 1939. Program of the Communist International, Workers' Library Publishers, New York, 1936. Rappaport, C. La Philosophie de l'Histoire, Rivière, Paris, 1925. Report of the Royal Commission, Edmund Cloutier Company, Ottawa, Canada, 1946. Report of the Subversive Activities Control Board, April 20th, 1953. Rule, Otto, Karl Marx, Viking Press, New Home Library Edition, New York, 1943. Russet, B. Bolshevism, Practice and Theory, Bruce and Howe, New York, 1920. Russell, B. The Meaning of Marx, A Symposium, Farrar and Reinhard, N.Y., 1931. Salter, F. Karl Marx and Modern Socialism, Macmillan Company, London, 1921. Schmidt, W. The Origin and the Growth of Religion, Methuen Company, London, 1931. Seligman, E. The Economic Interpretation of History, Columbia University Press, New York, 1924. Seton Watson, Hugh. From Lenin to Malenkov, Frederick A. Prieger, New York, 1953. Sheed, F. Communism and Man. Sheed and Ward, London, 1938. Shirokov Mosley, A Textbook of Marxism, Gollancz, London, 1937. Spargo, J. Karl Marx, B. Hupsch Company, New York, 1910. Stalin, J. The Foundation of Leninism, International Publishers, 1934. Stalin, J. The Problems of Leninism, International Publishers, 1934. Stalin, J. The October Revolution, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Stalin, J. Leninism, 2 volumes, Allen and Unwin, London, 1933. Stalin, J. Marxism and the National and Colonial Question, International Publishers, New York, 1935. Stalin, J. From the First to the Second Five-Year Plan, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Stalin, J. On the New Constitution, International Publishers, New York, 1936. Stewart, John Layton, 50 Years in China, Random House, New York, 1955. Trotsky, L. The History of the Russian Revolution, Simon & Schuster, New York, 1936. Wade, W. UN. Today, H. W. Wilson Company, New York, 1954. White, W. Lennon, Smith & Haas, New York, 1936. Wilson, Edmund, To the Finland Station, Doubleday & Company, New York, 1953. Wood, H. Christianity and Communism, Round Table Press, New York, 1933. Yaroslavsky, E. Religion in the USSR, International Publishers, New York, 1934. Zetkin, C. Reminiscences of Lenin, International Publishers, New York, 1934.